Hey Slayer, how you doing, man? How are things? Sorry about the lack of mic. I was just getting set up, so I just trying to. I'm actually reading my developer account emails while I'm getting ready. Sometimes I like to read my Valverdian emails. Do you know I have an email? I do. I have a Valverdian email. Valverdian@gmail.com. It's all good and it's been great. It's been great. I bet your OC's coming along great, man. I have a lovely big giant Metal Gear Solid cup of tea. It's a giant mug. Has Metal Gear on the side of it. He is class. Sure to give us the final product in the I'm Making Something channel. You know, you've made me want to play Doki Doki now. Just if something has inspired you, something that's inspired you to make a mod out of it, it must be good. Like, it must be that good, you know? So I don't know, maybe it'll be worth playing. Maybe if I have a free like afternoon, like not a normal stream day, but there's like an afternoon, because it takes like 7 hours to beat. I'll just play through the whole thing just once. You know, get my toes wet. You know what I'm saying? Not a visual novel kind of guy though. I never have been. I've always been more into, you know, things, less methodical things, you know. Visual novels seem very methodical. You have to think about what you're going to say next, and I fuck up what I say with people all the time. I feel like it just would give me anxiety. Pretty sure it'd be stream worthy even if your impression of it says otherwise. Yeah, maybe it will be. Do you know I had a hankering to play the other day, actually? I had a hankering to play, what's it called? Jedi Fallen Order again. I don't know, I just couldn't like get it out of my head. I was like, why don't I play through that? Because I think Cal Kestis is going to become like a canon character in the Star Wars universe. And I think he's going to be... See, the thing is, in Boba Fett, there was something that made me think of him. I'm not going to say what, but it really made me think of him. And that immediately went, he's going to be a canon character at some point. So if he is, then, you know, I'm about that life. Share GIF, preview GIF. So I had a couple of ideas what I'm going to do today. Sorry I'm a little bit quiet. I'm actually reading some documentation. And I had a couple of ideas what I'm going to do today that are a bit out there. But today, Slayer, I'm working on the chatbot. That's the coding stream. It's all going to be, you know, today we're going to be building the chatbot. Actually, here's a cool thing. I have kind of something small kind of working. Which I'll just run real quick just to make sure it's still working. But if you type ! Let's see, what do you need to type in again? Yes. You do this, or I'll do it myself.
Yes.
It actually redeems yes. So I've very basic sound commands working, but they're kind of funny. So I need to make it a bit more dynamic and work a bit better, but it you know, as you can see, it's kind of getting there. Alas, I only have yes, and I only have Wololo, so I need to work on it. But soon, it'll all come back. It'll all come back, Slayer. This is the hope. Yes, and Wololo. This. Wololo. Now, both of those are only on while the chatbot's on. So my Valbot is running right now, but I'm going to turn it off to code it soon. But that's where I'm at. Like I'm working it out. Working it out, man. It's over time. These things, it's actually kind of fun to get into this coding stuff. You know, it's fun. I'm enjoying it. That sound. Wololo. Yeah, it's I think it was used in some stick thing. Some very some game where there's a stick man. Sorry, just having a wee check is something I worked on today. Troll Quest. I think is that the one? Yeah, where he like tries to convert the guard or something and he goes wololo and then the guard's on his side randomly. I'm not sure. And also, you might notice in this stream there's a little bit of music playing now. I have some creative license music provided by Lo-Fi Girl. That will play throughout the whole coding stream, which is nice because it's relaxing, you know, a bit Bob Rossian. The really cool thing, I'll just show you very quickly, right? But the really cool thing is I can see what you're typing down here in the console because the chatbot's running. So I can actually see everything. I don't even have to look over to my right now. It's down here. Which I think is quite fun. It's like except obviously emojis aren't working, so like that comes up as Fia. It's quite fun. I've been writing some rough ideas on my mod editing. Nice. So around 8 o'clock, I think I'm going to get in on it. Around 8 o'clock, I'm going to get in on it. 8 o'clock our time. Most people I spoke to in the community have done the ending first and they did everything else after. Yeah, that's exactly right, Slayer. Exactly right, because it's a mystery, right? So you're trying to solve something. So even, what's her name? No, we don't like talking about J.K. Rowling, but she did write a very popular group of novels, and apparently she wrote the ending first. And everything that she wrote up to that point just works its way back. She just works her way back to the ending. It makes it sound a lot cleverer than it is, but instead of like trying to contrive a plot, yeah, exactly. She isn't very popular. I mean, she's only popular with himself, with Putin. That's the only person who seems to like her right now, and that's totally understandable. But you know. Basically, that writing technique of writing the end and then working your way back. I mean, it also kind of works for some coding. You can kind of make a proof of concept and then work your way back. But it's a little harder with coding. You kind of have to do it. You have to start somewhere. So, Okay. Okay. But yeah, she's not. One of the Doki Doki Literature mods has an ending that was inspired by a scene from Avatar, the Last Airbender, or the James Cameron movie. Because there's only one right answer. Thank you. That's the right answer. I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed Avatar. You know that I enjoy. No, I take it back. I enjoy James Cameron's Avatar. I thought that was a great fucking movie. All right. James Cameron's Avatar. What, people walking around blue Smurfs defend their world from oppressors. That's the real business there. I like that. I'm into that. So with the uncle and there's a tree with the shrine of his son. Yeah. Ooh. Another one, yeah. Yeah. Did it just start raining in here? Do. Well. I know this is kind of a jump in subject, but I'm really excited about taking home Buster. I think it's going to be what the hell did I cough out? A peppercorn from dinner. Ugh. Okay. We're going to give another minute or two, and then I'm just going to get going into it. I know I'm kind of holding off, but I know there's some folks who might want to watch this, so I want to give them a chance to get in. But we could just launch into it. One of my favorites because it's emotional. The ending was tragic but beautiful. I mean, those are the best endings, really. When it comes to a good story, it's a good, a good story has to be. I think there's tragedy is important in a story, but like, I don't know. Like, do you ever watch the show Adventure Time? Right, people think it's quite childish, but it handles a lot of very adult themes. And what I like about it is that there's something nostalgic about it, even though it's not nostalgic at all. And it's because the environments around them. Like, if you look around Finn and you look around Jake, like, there's an amount of dead people and like literally destroyed worlds that are around them. So like, if you piece it together enough, you realize that the entire world around them is destroyed, and it's quite tragic. But yeah, I love Adventure Time. I think it's one of the best pieces of art, best pieces of animation story, and in terms of storytelling as well, that in a long time. And all the collaborators and guest directors and guest animators and stuff that they got throughout the whole show is just, and also start to finish, it was like there wasn't really a bad season. It was just well done the whole way through. It was random as fuck, and yeah, like some of it's a very juvenile themes, but it was made for everyone, not just for, it's not made for the people. It's not made for people my age, I mean, I was already in my 20s when the first episode came out, but it doesn't stop it from being a great show. Doesn't stop it from being a great show at all. Actually, no, was I in my 20s? I think I was 19. Everything is 19 to me. I feel like my whole early adult life, I think I'm 19. Like, from probably anywhere between 18 to 25. If they ask me, when was that? I was like, I was probably 19. It's like my go-to thing. It's my go-to. Oh, man. Children's show, Joe, don't be chill isn't that fun. You have to have elements that be enjoyed. But yeah, I mean, look at The Simpsons. Then again, The Simpsons was never made for adults. It was never made for children, I mean. It was just animated. But I think we should just get going. Since scrap now, all the characters. Yeah, I mean they have to. It's the lowest common denominator. They're worried about insulting everybody, you know. So it's. I think it was. I think up to season 10. I think is where the Simpsons got. I don't know. Whatever the one where. I think the decline of the Simpsons was when Skinner. Now there was good episodes after this, but the beginning of the end of the Simpsons, and I think this is backed up by someone online, is when Skinner was revealed to be Armin Tanzarian, where they made him a different character, and then tried to reboot it at the end. And I think that's when you know. I think was the end. That was the end of it, because that was the start. Because even though there was great episodes after that, and there was a couple of really good ones, the beginning of that, they wrote that episode because they ran out of ideas, and that was the beginning of the end. That's when you knew they were kind of like running out of ideas. I think Conan O'Brien used to write for The Simpsons at one point, if I remember correctly. He wrote really good stuff for The Simpsons. I think Ricky Gervais wrote an episode for The Simpsons, actually, in one of the later seasons, and it was shite. I like Ricky Gervais, but I don't think his humor fits The Simpsons. Anyway, these are all my opinions. Fuck opinions. Let's get on to doing work. So, I want to start with, I'm going to turn off the chatbot that I currently have on, because I need to be able to access it. And what we want to do is we want to get back into the swing of this, right? So let us share the desktop. So what are our goals? So I'm going to launch into it. So 3, 2, 1. That's where I start. Here, I'm started here. Hello, YouTube. I probably will the thing. I'm too lazy to like edit this. So we previously on the last chatbot that we made, we got as far as sending information from Twitch, right? And we put in some basic commands, but if I actually show you the code, it's oops. Let's just get out of this for a second. If I show you the code, in the main JS, like I load in TMI, which is the Twitch interface, and I just literally play sounds that are sitting in my local files. So it's kind of lame, because that will take me forever to get all these sounds in, and I also can't back these up easily. So it's not a great approach. If I wanted to do this better, I'd have to do something that actually interprets messages. So I think that's something we need to change and do better. And also, just if I go back to my slides, let's see if I go back to my slides. Also, view slide. Also, I have no way of giving socials. So if I were to type in something into the chat, like I'm actually going to type it, Discord, nothing comes up, right? And that's a little bit annoying, because it should be very easy to make something listed and discoverable there. So I think what needs to happen here is I need to run 2 commands. I need to run a command, and I need to make a command. I need to make 2 specialized functions, actually, is what I'm going to call them. I'm going to have to make 2 functions. One is to pull socials, and one is to read from a file and actually go through its own commands. And I had this other spicy idea that has nothing to do with these goals, right? So there's future goals as well to revive the randomizer and to do an auto shoutout system and stuff, which I talked about in the last stream. So I'm not going to talk about that again. But if I go back to the code, actually, no, I'm going to keep on desktop for the moment, because I want to show you something. So one of the things that I used to do in the randomizer, if you remember the old randomizer, I used to be able to display Gifs on screen, right? And I used to do it by holding a bunch of Gifs, basically. I used to have probably, I don't know, about 100 or 50 gifs ish. And that was cool because I just randomly accessed them. But what if I got into actually accessing Tenor? Now, Tenor is a GIF API system that is owned by Google. And it's free to use. And I happen to have gotten an API key for it because you can just register for one and get one. And then you can implement a search to like get things. Now, the search includes search terms and stuff like that, which obviously I'm going to have to do some stuff like content filtering. I want to put on, say, low filtering or medium filtering. Probably low filtering, which means there's no nudity. But it means from then on, everything that I get back will be like GIFs that can just like show up. So instead of me having any influence in it, what if I made something that the chatbot, if I got a channel point redemption or something, and the channel point redemption, you're able to add a word to it, and that word would be found on Tenor and then popped up. That would be pretty neat. So like, what if I just did something like that just to show the chatbot can do all sorts of stuff like that? I might actually make, when I do this chatbot, I might actually make this npm start. If I do that real quick, I might actually do this layer, this whole thing, this whole part here that sits here is kind of, you know, I don't know. It just feels like maybe I could just remove it and just replace it with a UI that's like should replicate what we expect the chatbot to do eventually. I don't know. And then once we've done enough of that, we can take that code, put it into a transparent layer that I can access from OBS, leave that there. And then from then on, this part could be around configuring the chatbot. So you know, there's bits and bobs to do. There's things that can be done. But anyway, why don't we get to it? So I'm going to just talk through what I'm doing as I'm doing it. It's going to be a bit more freeform this time around. But the first thing we need to do, I think, and I'm just going to switch to code. The first thing I need to do is I need to go to GitHub desktop, and I think I need to remove all the stuff that I built before. So this stuff around sounds and these sounds, these shouldn't be in here. I think that's kind of a bad move to have sounds in here. But first off, because I use the MIT license, and these sounds are technically not mine. Both of these are from Age of Empires 2. So I can't commit this to the public Discord. I can't commit this to the public GitHub, right? I can't do that. That would be inappropriate. So I need to remove both of these. But what I will keep is I've imported SoundPlay. If I scroll up here in the main.js, I scroll up here. I import SoundPlay, which is a way of playing sounds through Electron or through JavaScript. Just play a sound. So since that works, I'm going to keep SoundPlay as a dependency, which means I won't get rid of that. But what I might do is I might reset these changes, discard changes. And what that does is just puts it back, and then I'll just have to go let sound play equals require sound play, and that kind of puts back what was there before. I'm actually going to put that up there. I think all of my imports should be up here, and that should be a const because I'm not going to be editing that or changing that. This stuff down here, this Twitch auth, I think I should probably be a bit smarter about that and like put that somewhere else, or put that as part of like a startup function. Because realistically, I could change my Twitch auth mid-session, and I'd want that to like reflect if I did. So yeah, this Twitch part could be made better. But that's something I'll kind of do later. I think for now, I just want to like focus on getting things in a nice order. I might do a little bit of code cleanup actually, but yeah, let's just. We also need to remove these two. So we'll do that real quick. So these need to be discarded as well. Not discard, discard 2 changes, discard changes. So these get removed. Now, why I'm discarding changes is because I don't want them to end up there, and I want to commit what I have. So I'm just going to add a imported sound play as part of main JS. So very small, but small commits regularly, you know, keep consistency. So that's I'm going to work with that just a little bit. So okay, so now that we have SoundPlay and we have DMI.js, I think that's all we need for now. Obviously, I have considered getting Tenor and doing a bit more work around that, but I don't think I will for now. I think the way it's all set up, I think we can just kind of work away with like basic stuff. Sorry, we can just work away with what we have and just kind of make little basic changes. That's kind of what I meant. What I might do though, I might make a function to do all this. I think this should be done earlier. I don't know. Yeah, we'll make a little function. So just to step through the code again, just real quick. So I've made app and browser window are two things from a system called Electron, which is a JavaScript system that lets me make basically native apps using JavaScript. That's a very simplified way of putting it. A better way of putting it is that it has a native app, and on the inside it uses a bit of JavaScript to like call or register for native events. But ultimately it's the same code for every Electron app. I think every single Electron app probably has the same base, and then it just has this layer that you can like add some fluff to. Discord is an Electron app. Visual Studio Code itself is an Electron app. Like there's tons of Electron apps out there. Twitch has an Electron app. I think they're getting rid of it. I actually think I got an email today that they're removing that, so that doesn't really count anymore. So that's what that does. Path is basically a way to pull paths from your local file system. TMI.js is a Twitch JavaScript system, which allows me to make calls to Twitch and get certain pieces of information back. I use it down here to connect to a client. I have debug on, which means all this stuff shows off, but when I put this up for real, I put debug to false. Then I have to identify with a Twitch auth username and password, which come from this Twitch auth file. Obviously, I am not going to open that because that would give away a secret key. But the auth stuff basically has a username, password, and channel. Now, I've added a couple more things to Twitch auth, which you're not going to see yet, but I'll add if I'm getting into it. And I might change it to auth general or something if I decide to keep it in. But you can see here at the very top of the main file, I make sure that I have Twitch auth. Like, first off, I read the file in. I get it from the directory name, which obviously refers to that directory. It gets twitchauth.json. JSON is kind of a structured setup. And then I make Twitch auth something that I can parse into raw data. I get the raw data and then I make a Twitch auth object, which basically makes JSON parse it into a JavaScript object notation. That's what JSON stands for. So it makes an object, which allows me to then go twitchauth.username.password.channel, which again, from the auth sample, you can see that's username, password, channel. So a dot thing will allow me to kind of like refer to something that, an existing key that I've already made. Now I have several other keys that I'm going to like reference. Fucking love dot parse functions. Hard work, no thanks. Yeah, fuck parsing, man. That's right, Gar. Fuck parsing. All my homies hate parsing. So I've done it like a git reset. So all I've got is hello here, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I think first things first, I think we should make another JSON file for now. Now, I don't know if I should save all this stuff as individual JSON files. I think this might be a bad move, but what I might do to be kind of cheeky for now is I might make a settings JSON, and then when we move on to like doing more stuff, we'll just maybe generate settings instead of having it there. But I just want to learn how to read settings, so I might just make a settings JSON. But it's great to see you, Gar. How you doing? But why don't we start with settings? By the way, can we all just say congratulations to Gitgogar for doing an absolutely phenomenal charity stream where he raised over €1,000 for cancer research. Absolute fucking mad lad. And yeah, that's going on the YouTube. Tell you right now. This is all going to end up on YouTube, and right now that's down on the record over £1,000, which means he's going to be doing music streams. He's going to be eating. He's going to be. I think, did he drink his Frank sauce? I can't remember. He's going to be doing all sorts of shit, and you should absolutely follow him on Twitch and get ready for April because it's going to be a month. I feel for you, my boy Gar. I feel for you, but at the same time, it's your own fault for being a generous fucker, and I'm very proud of you. Couldn't be prouder to be your mate, man. You did excellent work. Let's see. So we want to do settings. So I'm actually going to do socials, and I'm actually going to make it a setting in here. Now, this is what's called nested JSON. So I'm going to nest some JSON in here. About to start fulfilling the goals tomorrow, starting with Frank shot and leg waxing. Holy shit. Who's waxing them legs, though? I might be there for that one. Hopefully I'll be there. So I'm going to do socials, and I'm going to do Discord is one social I want to have in. I want to have YouTube is another one I want to have in. What other socials do I have? Oh, geez, what was that? I want to have a tweeter. I want to have Twitter. So I'm just going to start with Twitter. These socials are the socials I'm going to include. So the goal today is to just kind of have a quick way of doing it. Eva's going to help with the wax because I haven't a clue. Are you waxing your leg fully? Like, are you just going to have smooth legs? Because that works for a future goal, doesn't it, Gar? If you got them smooth legs. Just saying. Yeah, fuck me. Like, oh yeah, my IDE is, you know me, I don't like doing work. I had an argument today about someone about a linter today because, he's more of a purist than me. I was like, get a linter. Linters they basically format your code and give out to you when you do something wrong. And it's like, if you're working professionally, linters are like 100% needed. Like 100% to me. But like, but I totally get if someone wants to like learn how to write code properly, sometimes using a linter kind of nerfs your ability to like learn it because you're like, just let the linter do the work. But linters are always there. So, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, fuck that. I don't know shit to be thinking about. Okay, so right now, we're just going to get the social setting. And the other thing we might get is, we're just going to call it sounds. And we're not going to hold anything except for sound path, right? And this is for the future, right? This is currently empty, okay? It's not going to be populated just yet. Although I could put, the fuck is it again? Hang on, let's find out what this is. Hold on. I think I know what my sounds should be. So I can just actually set the path now. Resources, sounds. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. Boom. Uh-oh. Just give 2. So 2 means it'll allow it. Yeah, 2 just says it's another slash. So what I'm doing here, I fucking hate linters only because I'm writing code correctly and I have to go back and fix shit after. The linter is totally in the right though. I don't have to like it. No. I fucking hate when I get stopped by a linter. But this is why I write git hooks, Gar. A git hook basically stops you from committing the code if it's wrong. If it's not linted. So it's not on the CI level, so it doesn't waste your time. You put a linter actually when you do a push. So that means you can fix the code before it goes into CI, and then you don't have to worry that then you know when it hits CI it's not going to get hit by something stupid like that. That's where I do it. I run my linter. I write my own local git hook that stops me and runs the local linter. That's how you get around that shit. That's what I do anyway, because it just makes life easier. So right now I'm gonna hard code all this shit, but like someday soon, your boy's gonna make it a bit, I don't know, nicer. So we need the Discord. Boom. Boom. Big shock. Okay. So I'm not hiding this shit. Like, you know, like I got invites. Everything invite code. Uses invite code. Yeah, I think that's right. I think linters in the CI hook is fine until some other prick does a linter ignore and then you change something adjacent to a file and the linter loses his mind about shit you haven't changed. But for what you're doing, it stops. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's it. That's right. I know this one off by heart because I've done this enough times. Twitter.com/Valverdian. Not Veridian. Valverdian. Say it right. Okay, so we've got Valverdian here. That's done. Beautiful. I'm actually, so right now you're only seeing the IDE because I'm grabbing all these things. I'm grabbing all these things though. Wait, I think I have, yeah. Where do I have that? Oh, you hear me talking? That's my clips. She. All right, so this is the last part. I think that's it. I just have to put this in. So cool. So just so we know, socials and sounds. These are the two things I'm doing. All right. Now, right now, I'm just going to set these settings inside here. We probably will have other stuff in here. Like, eventually, we could do like Twitch auth is in here. So like the settings will include all your Twitch auth, like your keys, your restore key and whatever. And that's down the line. But right now I might just separate settings in Twitch auth because all the private stuff, I don't want to show you what it is. So for now, I'm just going to have settings here and take note of the structure. We have a key and then inside this we have nested JSON. So clips. Ooh. Yes, clips. Yes, Slayer. I am working on another clip dip, but for now, Buster takes priority. You must understand. I might add something. This is just kind of to be kind of fucking anal about it. I might add this version 1 or 0. Because we're currently developing it. Now, why did I add a version number to my settings? So, in my experience, when you make settings, and you make anything, versioning is a great way for when later on down the line you want to update your settings, that you're able to write migration scripts. Now, what do I mean by a migration script? I mean that if someday I decide that you need more socials than these three, and you need more things off your sounds than sound path, well, what you want to do, or maybe one day I go like, actually, I want to do the auto shoutouts, right? And the auto shoutouts are kept here, and these are like gar, which becomes, blah, 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 or, and these auto shoutouts become something that down the line. Well, if I don't have any version, if I don't know what current settings are there, I'll just save all of it exactly the same, and maybe the formatting will be kind of different, or maybe it won't know, or maybe I change socials to called social tree, right? One day. Well, if I go to like update that and I go version 1, if I don't have a version in here, migrating from social tree over to social, I'll have to do every single time. I'll have to check for the existence of social tree or social and then change all the contents into social tree, which is fucking annoying. So what you do is you basically check the version number of your settings. That's the only thing you need to do. It saves you processing. You have a version number, and if your version number matches the version number of the application that you're building, then you know that these settings correspond to the work that you've already done. I hope that makes sense. But basically, if I make this version 010, right? Which I can't do because I'd have to make it a string. Which actually I can make it a string. That's fine. But if I made 010 the same as my package JSON, which is 010, basically my settings JSON will if I make sure this is in line with this, then I know that when I update, then my setting structure is correct. Remember that I'll probably be generating this down the line, right? So I won't have access to this the same way that I have it now, but note that I will always include a version of the root so I can check it. A good example would be, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've given a very good example there, but if there's any questions, just feel free to ask. I have to say I'm a little more nervous this time around because I'm kind of launching into stuff now. I'm not focusing on as much. I do have a cool idea though. I would like to get basic sounds working and all, and then if I get that working, I want to try out messing around with tenor, because I want to just get I wouldn't mind getting the app working. I do understand, and I'm glad you're working on a clip tip. Class. Well, glad to hear it, Slayer. It'll be like next week. It's likely I won't stream almost at all. It depends on how Buster settles, because I would really like to. So if you update your application, but the settings require updates, you still update the settings version. Yeah, I would update the settings version, because that way I'd know when the last time the settings have been updated. The last time it tells me the last time it was saved. Or you could do it, or you could just do your version. You could just version it a different way. It depends. You can version it. So one of the there's two ways of doing it. It's two schools of thought. There's two clever ways. If I'm doing an app of my own, I've done it this way. Like my iOS apps that I have on the App Store, I do my version of my settings are relative to my app settings, to my app version. So I always update my settings. Every time I migrate, I update my settings. But then I check the version, and then if it's been updated, then I know the last time these settings have been updated. And I know what migration it needs to go through. But you can also individually version stuff where you have a number, and then you just say if your version is over a certain amount, then you know you don't have to do anything. So it's a personal preference, Gar. I think what I'll do, I'll keep it an individual version for this one, because I may not update these settings every time. But that means I have to remember what settings version I should have. Whereas the other one's just kind of hacky, and I can just base it off whatever version I'm using, whatever package version I'm using. But yeah, that's a great question though. You can do individual shit if you want to. Anyway, if you're interested in following along, if anyone's interested in following along, by the way, everything that I do, all you require, and I'm just going to open this up, but all you require is therapy done time, enable my cum addiction. Big man. Damn it, I said that. It's going to be on YouTube. But if you want to follow along, if anyone wants to follow along, we have Valbot here, and it is open to use. But all you got to do is have Node.js installed, and I would actually recommend having Visual Studio Code. And then you just got to run npm install, and that's it. Just like there was an ad and became just good. Just to let you know, there was an ad before I came in here in case you're curious. I feel like I'm getting hit with ads anyway. Like literally my Twitch settings says don't run ads, and it still runs ads. I can't do anything about that shit. It really bothers me. I wish I could be like, no, pro bono stream, and like I would almost get rid of my subscription. Like if people couldn't subscribe to me, if there was no ads. Yeah, that's why I was telling you. Yeah, it's such a pain in the arse, Marcus. I'm sorry. Like I do this for fun. I don't make a fucking cent off ads. I make nothing off ad revenue. There's no point in having it on. The only people who make money off ads are like people who are on like 25,000 viewers at a time or some shit. I don't know. So it just annoys people. That's all it does. It benefits nobody to run ads. So I didn't mean to derail the coding. You have not. We are coding strong. So all we've done is we've made a settings page, and you've just realized something. I haven't added a GitHub here. So I should probably add GitHub, right? GitHub's a good idea. Cool. So now GitHub Valbot. Yeah, no, those ads are just Amazon shoving stuff in your face whether the streamer wants it or not, unfortunately. Yeah, pain in the arse. Did you see Jeff's brother bought Chris Hemsworth's company there, Center, for like 200 million or something? So Thor is hella rich. Doesn't like Amazon. Sorry, buddy, you're banned. Did you like Marcus's sword on his hip, Gar? I beat Radan, so therefore Marcus had to be a mod. Actually, no, I said as soon as Marcus, when Marcus's birthday came around, I said I was going to make him moderator. So there it is. Marcus is the first moderator of the stream who doesn't know me IRL. Big man. That's a big accomplishment. But, you know, what would the culture be without him? You know what I mean? He runs. I'm just gonna mix without using the I to use Godrigax. Just gonna mix my minimum dex. Yes. Godrigax is decent. I played around with it off stream a bit. There's some really cool weapons in Elden Ring. I have to say, like, they are very cool. So anyway, let's talk through the code. So I think I'll do a bit more in main, and then we'll do some more. I have sent Gar for chips. Excellent. Aoife, that is an excellent idea. I've got my cup on tea now. I'm drinking it, by the way, while Gar's away. I'm drinking tea in a way that he would be disgusted. I've got a rake of honey in here. It's a big jug of a thing. It's CM Rooney got me this mug, another moderator. Mod with the most, CM Rooney, actually got me this mug that has Solid Snake on it and Metal Gear Solid. And it's got a lot of sentimental value for me. It's massive. It holds a rake of tea. But I put a load of natural honey in it because the summer's coming. This is so super derailed, but I don't care. I'm talking about it because fuck it. We'll have loads of time to get onto the code. But basically, I get hay fever, and I have found that if I get local honey in the months coming up to summer and to spring, and I drink local honey that's like unfiltered, that has trace amounts of trace amounts of pollen in it. And what that does is it actually helps me develop a tolerance for pollen. And I found since I started doing it, my hay fever is way less these days. It's like I microdose pollen essentially for all of the coming up to spring and summer months. Fucking stupid, but it does the trick. So that's why every evening I have a big decaf mug of tea with my honey in it. Well, not every evening, but when I'm coding it, I just like drinking tea when I'm coding. It's nice. Good for my throat too. So, you know. A Maulik is here. You haven't missed anything, big man. No one's missed anything, by the way. All I've done is I've made a settings JSON. So I've made this folder that's going to hold all the settings, and I've explained that I'm going to version it because I don't think this is the last one. And I've kind of auto-filled my own shit in because over time this is going to be generated. I'm going to like to generate this. It's pretty luxurious. I am a luxurious bitch, Aoife. Alright? That's me. I'm that bitch. 100%. I got my DNA checked. I am 100% that bitch. I hear you're waxing Gar's legs as well. Can't wait. But it's great to see you. It's great to see you. A Maulik. You know, I'm contacting the FDA because of you. No shit. I'm trying to send a Maulik a care package of Tato crisps. And I think I have to get approval from the FDA to send it. Because it's a non-perishable, but because it's food, I have to get approval to try to mail it. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited too. It's going to be good. It's going to be a real... I hope I'm around for it because, you know, I have a lot of prep to do for a very good boy who's joining my home soon. And I'm very excited, but also very scared. And I hope I do a good job with him because he deserves a good home. He's a good boy. I like him. I do like him, I have to say. Big fan. Big pod. Anyway, why don't we import this? Thanks, Amalek. It means a lot to say that you'll do great, because I know you're a dog dad. You're a dog dad, so you know. But I'll do my best. I probably, as I said, I probably won't stream next week, because I just want to spend like a week at least letting them feel comfortable. I'm gonna be such pup parents. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to. Do you know what? For the first time ever, I'm gonna have to install a camera on my streaming computer, gaming computer. I don't have two computers. What's wrong with me? And if I do, you know, I'll have a dog bed. That's not a promise. All right, we'll see how he gets on. I don't want to put that on him, you know. So I was going to do it up there, but I actually thought that might be a bit shit, because create window is kind of there. So what I might do, actually no, I'll do it there. And I might do const load settings, right? And I'm actually going to make a function out of this. So a function is when you do these two little braces and then that. Now a function is like a set of actions that I wanted to do. And inside here, I'm going to do const raw settings data, all right? And what that's going to do is I'm just going to use the same fs that's up here, this raw data. Okay. Don't want to push him into the limelight too. Might go to his... Yeah, he'll become a saucy bitch, and then I won't be able to fucking get him to do anything. Now, I have to train him a little bit. I also have to take him out a lot. We're going to go to the beach a lot, I think, because the weather's getting kind of better. So we're going to take him out to the beach and let him do some runs. I got him loads of tennis balls. I got him a new lovely car harness so he could be nice and comfy in the car. I got him big water bowls, an indoor water bowl, an outdoor water bowl, and a big food bowl. And I got him a new lead today that is like super luminous, so it's easy to see in the dark where he's gone, because it gets dark here. And I got him this really, really dense rubber ball that's supposedly very good for like dogs who like to chew the shit out of tennis balls, so that should be good. And I got him a Kong, and I got him a licky mat so I can put peanut butter on it and you can lick the mat to like, it's apparently quite stimulating to do that for doggos. So I got him a licky mat so you do lickies. He's, you know, I got him loads of stuff. He got loads of stuff. He's gonna be doing real well. I like him. I have to say, I like him. So Twitch auth. So I think I'm going to do let Twitch auth. So this is still global. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to set these up here because they're global variables. All right. And I'm going to do let Twitch, let settings. I'm just going to call this settings, right? And in here, this raw data is going to be, I'm going to call this raw Twitch data. So this is a bit of a refactor, but refactoring means I'm just going to make the code a little bit nicer and more readable. So Twitch auth is going to be set in here, and then settings. So what I'm doing here, so I'm just gonna, I'll write all the code and then I'll explain what I'm gonna do after, what I'm doing after. So settings is then going to be JSON parse raw settings data. So what I've done here is I've just kind of taken what Twitch auth was up here. I've stopped loading it up there, and I'm loading it now in the load settings function. And what this does is it overrides these global variables. So it overrides these global pieces that I can kind of read through. And what that means, what that allows me to do is I can then go, okay, well, oh, come on. Let's see. Twitch auth settings, and then, yeah, so basically these are still accessed across the function, so you can see the Twitch auth is still accessible, but it could be empty unless load settings is ran. Now, why I did this way is because I would like load settings to only, I would like to be able to change the settings every time. So the next function I'd like to have is const save settings. Now, I won't use these yet, but this is a future thing that I'll do. And I'll just do to do save settings. Okay? And what that'll do is it'll just go, I can just take Twitch auth and I'll just stringify it and then save it somewhere. And that's kind of the idea that I'm going to... Stringify means I can... JSON also allows you to put it back into like a single thing. So I go JSON, stringify, Twitch auth, and then I can put that back, you know? So in this case, I want to go, I think, fs.write file sync, and then I go path resolve, and it's the same kind of setup. I'm just going the opposite direction. Directory name, and then we want to go path resolve. Yeah. So Twitch auth.json, and that's stringify Twitch auth. So write file sync, blah blah blah, Twitch. I think that's, how does this work again? Path resolve. Yeah, so this is one, and then write file sync, sorry, and then I think it's the next thing. Options, write file options, path, like data. So this is the data I want to pass in, and then the next thing is options. So I can go options, and I think I can add shit. Like, I don't know what I can do. But basically, yeah, that writes that. So I'm just writing to these files. Save settings. So I'm just going to have two writers, and just say that is settings, and this is settings. And I'm going to show how that works in a second, just so you can kind of see. I might comment out the Twitch auth one for now. Commenting, yeah, save settings. So you can see that these are kind of gray at the top. Both load settings and save settings are gray because these don't get called anywhere. So I need to call these somewhere, and nowhere better to call them than just before we create the window. So we want to go load settings. Okay. And then that should be all we need. It should still boot up. So if this is not done right, cannot read settings, reading username. So it couldn't read it. Couldn't read it. Started up, couldn't read it. So load settings is not done on time. Interesting. Okay. So Twitch auth this is starting too fast. So what we can do to kind of make that kind of a bit nicer, we can go function. So we can set this, we're doing this a bit kind of, we're kind of refactoring a lot of code, but it allows us to kind of start things down the line. This is going to be a lot better. All right. And let's just call this Twitch client. Okay. So what we're doing at the moment is we're making these things less constant. So Twitch client is this. All right. And then outside here, we might do const. So Twitch client does that. So Twitch client is set to that. There's no constant around that. So I know this seems a bit confusing at the moment, but just trust me where I'm getting. Start up Twitch. Okay. And this is a const, so this should work like, yeah, startup Twitch should be like this. Okay, and then startup Twitch should be put inside that. And I think I can put everything inside here really, because it kind of is this asynchronous function, just kind of runs on its own. So it should be async, so this shouldn't matter. I don't know if it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. I think this is fine. So then I can go create window, and I want to go start up Twitch. Okay, so let's try that. And I know this sounds like I'm doing kind of a lot of stuff at the same time, but trust me, when I do this, it's a bit more. Oh, and handle promise rejection. Ooh. All right. Why am I doing that? Connect. Start up Twitch. Sorry, I'm just making sure. Where did I cause this unhandled promise rejection? Valbot 69 connect. Ah, I see. Right, yeah, because this should be Twitch client. Ah, okay. Why does it still say client then? Interesting. Twitch client. So Twitch client should be all of these. So let's just see where client is called. A good thing is you can just do a search for client. I'll just see where everywhere client's called. Cool. So that's all. Magic. And I've just noticed settings is never set here. See? It's not red. So this is declared but never read. So I need to read it somewhere. And I'll do that down here in a second. I just want to get some things kind of together. So, okay, that should work. So now if I do a start there, it should start up and Twitch will join and it's all working. And if I type hello, it says sup. So all of that is booted up and it's all doing what it's supposed to. So that's magic. So what's next? Now that I have my settings and I have load settings done, now I know that my order is going. I load my settings, I start up Twitch, and then I create the window. Cool. So when the app is ready to go, load settings, start up Twitch, create window. Okay? And then on activate, it does all this other shit. But we want to go on ready, load settings, start up Twitch, create window. Great. So this is kind of what we want. This is the kind of direction we want to go in. So now we know that we could change this, that startup Twitch doesn't happen here. It starts off a button if we wanted to. So we could actually like put this a thing with there's this component that goes off I think it's IPC main, and we can go add listener and we can just add an event to say like, I don't know, start Twitch. And then we can add something to the renderer layer, like a button. And then Twitch will only start when I press the button. In fact, let's do that, just as an example. All right. So we're going to start up Twitch. Start Twitch. And I believe this is an event. So this is the listener. So from IPC main, it says start listener. And then we want to go on the renderer side. I know this seems kind of all over the place, but IPC main. So I'm going to explain what IPC main is real quick. So for Electron, we have our main. Remember our threads that I was talking about? We have a main thread that does kind of like the heavy lifting and stuff. And then we've got our renderer thread. And the renderer thread is called from index. So we basically set up this thing that like we can mess with. So if I were to add a button, right, and the ID of it, the ID of the button is hello, or the ID of the button is start Twitch. Just do start Twitch, okay? And we're just going to call this start up, start bot. Okay? What this should do is it should make the client, essentially. And now, obviously, you won't be able to tell because all it does is when it's clicked. Start bot. Yeah, so from the renderer, right? So right now we have test renderer, which we're going to get rid of this header. Actually, we're going to get rid of pretty much everything in here. We don't need this shit anymore. And we're also going to get rid of the preload stuff. Like, I think this stuff is kind of... I'll keep this stuff here, but I don't think I need it. I think I'll just comment all that out for now. Actually, no, I don't need it. But I will take this stuff, though. This is useful. So, we don't even need the hello world. We're literally just going to have the start Twitch button. I think that's all we need right now. So, if I just start this, we should see a button, but it should do nothing. Start bot, does nothing. Okay? So, if I go to the... Not in the preload bit, because I don't need this stuff anymore. Screw that. I'll leave nothing in here. To do add some preload stuff if needed. Okay, but in the renderer side I have this get element by ID, right? So instead of get element by ID, which would be kind of cool, we want to get a button essentially. So we want to get the element which says start Twitch. Okay. And if that exists, we want to include an on-click check. All right. So if that we want to do let's know HTML tell us. Let's call this Twitch button. Okay. So Twitch button on click. All right, and that's an event. I don't need the event. I can kind of just do nothing. Doesn't matter. Actually, what's the best way to do a button implementation these days? I want to show you something, actually, while we're working on this. There's a great thing called grepper. Grepper is like if you just need a quick code sample, and I can just do JavaScript on click. And it just finds easy ways to do things. So like that's probably a nicer way of doing it. So I'll use that. So back to the code. So if I go from Twitch button, get element by ID, right? I can do document. So half of this kind of has what we need. So we can just kind of take that, copy the code in. And what we've done here is we've got document.getElementById. by ID. So we're checking for the element with this ID. We're getting an add event listener for click, and then we call this function, which does hello world. Now, if I run this, right, it should create like a little hello world, right? A little pop-up. Cool. Very cool. But we don't need that. We want a different function. So we want to make a function to kick off something. So const, and we want to go, I don't know, call it start Twitch. Actually, let's just do it all inside the onClick, because for now we can just do it all inside the onClick. I don't think we need to make it like special. So here's where it kind of gets a bit funny, right? So first things first, we actually need to import, we need to import Electron. We need to import, so this is a bit confusing, and I want to kind of emphasize this is confusing. But so IPC main is what we do on the IPC on the main channel. So we're listening for a start Twitch on IPC main. But if we want to send information between the renderer and the main, we need to use a different function called IPC renderer. Okay? That's really fucking weird, but what that allows us to do is, because the reason why they're split up is because IPC renderer is what we actually send. I know, it makes no sense. It makes no real sense. So IPC renderer, and we just want to send start Twitch. Okay? And then all that'll do is all that should do is just start up. No, IPC renderer, just start up Twitch. It should start up Twitch. Okay? So that's all we've done. So what IPC renderer does is it sends threads to the main application between both of them. Not main.js, but just the application itself. And then both of them listen to this one thread of events. And from the IPC renderer side, it can send and it can hear different events. And from the main side, it can hear and send different events. So what I'm going to do then, if on Twitch Connect, on Startup Twitch Connect, I might send another event back. Just we go IPC main.send. I think I can send something. How do I send something? I think that works. IPC main send. Why didn't that autocomplete? That makes me nervous. Let's just try this first and see if it starts up Twitch. So this should start it. No, that doesn't seem to have done it. Or did it? No, it didn't. Interesting. Okay, so what went wrong there? Start Twitch. IPC main send. IPC send info between send info to main.js IPC. I'm just gonna get some I'm going to get something real quick. Electron. So I'm actually looking up what to do here because I'm not sure. Electron. I just want to look at the docs for IPC. IPC main send. How can we send? Okay, so skill element ID, save me, target element. Okay, so that's one thing, right? IPC renderer on asynchronous messages, right? So min web content send. Okay. So what if I went? So that's cool. So what if I went to Electron IPC main to renderer? That's what I want. No, actually renderer to main. That's where I want to go. IPC main module is an event emitter when used in the main process. Okay, I know that. IPC main on. So am I doing on in this case? Oh, it should be on. There we go. On start Twitch. Try that. Nope. Not on. Ooh, batch terminate that shit. Okay. Let's see. So that didn't work. So on once. When a module, the following method listen for events. Okay, so where in the renderer side do I need to send this? IPC main handle invocable invoke await invocable. Okay, await invoke. Handle channel listener. Handle returns a promise, the eventual promise to return a reply to the remote caller. Okay. So what this is saying to me is this is why I said this stream is going to be a little bit more open, because I need to learn how IPC or how the inter-process channel, I don't know what does IPC stand for? Communicate asynchronously from main process to the render process. Okay. So IPC main module is an event emitter. When using the main process, it handles asynchronous and synchronous methods sent to render. Okay, cool. So IPC main module has the following to listen for events. IPC on channel, listener. Listens to channel, and when a new message arrives, listener. Okay, so how does that work? I want to see how that works. So IPC main on. Let's see. IPC main on channel, render, remove listener, render on. Raw listeners, event names for each, remove all listeners. Okay. Just trying to understand IPC main a little bit better. Because sometimes this stuff is just, it doesn't go in as easily. On synchronous message. So that sends it out. So I do an on and I'm actually sending it out. I'm not receiving it. Okay. So I need to use handle, I think, is what I need to use. So handle is what I'm looking for. IPC handle. Adds a handler to invocable IPC. It'd be called whenever the renderer calls invoke. Okay, so I need to invoke it. So just like some sort of wizard, I need to invoke things. So I need to do handle. Start Twitch, which handle in this case, invocable async event args. So this doesn't do anything. Main process, handle my invocable async. So this is asynchronous no matter what I do. Right, which is fine. That's okay. So then async result APC. Okay. I don't need to do an await here, do I? I don't need an await. I'm actually just going to do IPC renderer invoke. Because I don't care when it starts as long as it starts. So IPC renderer invoke and then that with no args. Shouldn't need an arg. Arg. Grr, arg. Makes me think of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So that should start and then click start bot. That didn't work. Wonder what's happening. Wonder what's happening. I wonder if it doesn't know Require is not defined. Interesting. So that just doesn't work. Do I even need this? Okay, let's just remove that and just see. So there's nothing to do with what I've just sent. IPC render is not defined. So that's weird. From a renderer.js I can't import? Okay, cool. Let's learn what that is. Import module in renderer JS. So I can't use renderer, it seems. That's fine. I can figure this out. ESM module require. Okay, so I think I need to say that this works with Node. How does require work in Electron? Here we go. Const reads things, blah, 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 blah. Common nodes that require further notes. It'll act. So I need to add that it says node integration in web preferences. So if I go up to my web preferences part, I need to say that this is a node integration. Sorry, I scanned that quickly and the renderer process works like one of the. So to do so, we need to actually have it that it can read stuff from renderer. So it needs to be able to know what require is. And if the only way to get require, then it should be allowed. I should be allowed to pull stuff from here. So let's see. Let's just see if that works. I don't know if that will, but I need to pull require back in now. Electron should be available now, so I should be able to do shit like this. Okay, so let's kill this. And let's try again. So that still fails, but that could be another reason. Require is still not defined. So yeah, a typical node, blah, 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 blah. And don't parse the kind of words is ambiguous. That does not seem to work the way everyone seems to think it is. So this James H. Fisher has said that that's how you pull it. No, it's a common JS system. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The additional power of Electron comes to Electron, comes to API for launching new render processes. Okay, require Electron, which that can work from there. Render practice is much like ordinary way to it, but you can allow them to use Node.js module system too. So to do so, we pass node integration, and then we can refer to that. I'll try just including it, but I don't think that. Okay, maybe I don't. Maybe I can do it like this. And then I just go Electron. I don't know, that doesn't make sense. I don't think that works. Because first off, it's not printing out right now. And refuse to inline script because it violates the following security procedure. The script accessory self safe inline keyword blah 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 gives out. So this is another situation in JavaScript where there are some developers who got it working one very specific way for themselves and then assumed that's how it works. Cool. Not a problem. We can figure this out. So you're wrong. Unfortunately, James H. Fisher, that's not how it works. You want to use the API to do any render process. Dot remote. Okay. Window require. Okay, let's try that. So window require. And maybe we can't use remote. Maybe we can just use... Okay, yeah, let's try window require. So window is a cool way to allow it to ask basically Node to like, do you know what this is? Yeah, look, it found require. So window is just us asking the window, do you know what this is? So, okay, yeah, let's try that. Fuck it. Worst case scenario is it doesn't work. And then we just try something else. Not a big deal. So that did fail. And it's because it doesn't know what require is. Require is not a function. Cool. Let's see what electron. Require is not a function. Let's go. Require. Ironically, is not a function. Ironically, require only returns. So you need to specify it. I've done that. Given the context of both in file with no window reference needed. That doesn't work. Require electron is not working, but window required is fine. Interesting. Context isolation false. Okay. So why do I need... Okay. Let's just try... So a big chunk of this, I know it seems kind of all over the place, but a big chunk of this is really just kind of trying stuff. See what we turn out with. All right, let's try that. We need to get the renderer layer to work. Like, this is a big deal. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that works. Okay. I mean, there's no feedback, but it does what it's supposed to. Okay, yeah. Sweet. So, all right. So that's an example of how it works. So looks like context. What was the thing I added? I actually don't know. So this is the thing. This is where I'm learning this stuff as well on the top of it. So context isolation. What does this do? Whether to use native window.open defaults to true. Child windows will always have node integration disabled unless node integration in subframes is true. I see. So basically, no matter if I put child integration on or not, node integration on or not, because this is the browser window is considered a child window, which means it basically it inherits from this window, from the global window, which is whatever the application is. It will always set node to be off, which means the action require won't work. Big pug. Okay, well, right now we're just going to start Twitch every time we start it up because that would just be a pain in the arse. So I'm going to comment this out and we're just going to do to do. Put this as the way to start later. But what we've proven is IPC handle will get stuff from the renderer and then we can send stuff back as well to the renderer side. So we could do something that when handle happens and start of Twitch finishes and we've connected, once connection is successful. So if we can get an error message back from connection, is that a promise? So finally, yeah, okay, so we can get information back whether or not that disconnected and then we can go, yeah, okay, go. Oh, cool, you can do all sorts of stuff. Timeout. I can ban people? Shit. VIP, whisper. Neat. I can ban folks using my bot. I might make a bot for those like people come in and like, you want to buy something? And I'm like, want to buy followers? I'm like, no. I might make one of those. Just to be that guy. An auto banner. I don't know, that could be bad though, because if I do it wrong, then I like straight up, you know, sort of break everything. All right, so load settings. So we're loading the settings and starting up Twitch. Okay, so that's cool. We have it's starting Twitch and loading settings. Cool. All right, awesome. So inside this part here, we need to start adding functions for messages. So we could probably send the message over. So outside of here, I'm going to start making functions. All right. And a function is just something that I can use to like return stuff to basically, if I want to get stuff, I want to do I want to do some fancy things. So if I actually just type, yeah, that didn't break my thing, did it? That's still running, is it? Yeah, it's still running. Okay. And I go hello. Neat. Okay. So, and startbot's still there. Which I might remove startbot for now. Like, don't worry about the UI. We're not doing UI for a little bit. We're just gonna work on this. But we could do some fun stuff where we like get the last message and we put it up on chat or something. Do that later. For now, why don't we just mess around here and see what we can get. So, message 2 lowercase includes exclamation mark hello. So that's cool, but what if we broke down the message? So the first thing, I want to do this outside so we can just kind of like, we can just have functions that are just easier to kind of deal with. So function, and we want this function to basically process for command, okay? Or is command. I might make it just simple, is command. All right, and this is a question I'm asking, all right? So if things basically prefix, right? So I'm just gonna take in a prefix. The prefix is what I need to look for, all right, to make it a command. Now, why am I not like setting the prefix here? Is because maybe later on down the line, maybe like I could just set it as an exclamation mark, but maybe on down the line, I want to change the prefix to like be a hash or something, you know? I don't want to go through all my code and find all the prefixes. So first things first, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check if this message is a command. So I'm going to get the prefix, and I also want to get the message object, and I want to get the message object, and that's it. That's all I need. So is command, prefix, and message. So we want to see first off if we want to go through all, we want to see if there is a command inside the message. All right, that's what we want to see. So we want to check every single. Hey, Badman, what's the crack? The chat pod is off right now, but we want to check what we're trying to do. Just as a quick recap for you, what we're doing is we have these settings. We also have now some load settings, some startup Twitch stuff. It's just basically we're formatting this a little bit nicer now. I also showed how to send information between. Now this took me a while to figure out myself because I've never done it before, but how to send stuff from the renderer, like send say a message to the renderer back. Now I did it that you start up Twitch, but I turned that off now. That doesn't work anymore. And it was just like a simple button to say start bot. I'm gonna actually comment that out now, so I'm not gonna confuse anybody, because that's a later job. Okay, so right now it does nothing. So I'm just gonna put a H1. I'm just gonna go, this is a work in progress. Check the logs for stuff. Okay, there we go. Magic. Okay, so from here, right, we've started up Twitch, the startup Twitch man goes this stuff. And from here, we want to check if, so, oh yeah, this returns a Boolean, by the way. So we want to make this, I think that's how you do a Boolean. Oh, it doesn't know what it is. So return yeah, so first things, we're going to have a thing that says if is command. And if is command takes a prefix of exclamation mark, and it takes in the message. Okay, and if it is a command, then we'll move forward and we'll do other shit, right? And we'll actually just put that inside there because technically that still works. Do you know what? I'm gonna run the format document just to make sure my document looks a bit nicer. Okay, cool. So we need to then return a boolean in this case. Now, a boolean is basically, it can either be true or it can be false. That's all it is. Boolean it actually comes from the mathematician George Boole. George Boole was from Cork, and he developed essentially he wanted to develop maths that either is or isn't. I'm not entirely sure how it all kind of comes together, but essentially it became a very good way to work out transistors. When they were building transistors, they were like, well, it can only has two states, on and off, and if we combine these a certain way, we could get almost every combination. And that's kind of where binary came from. You know, there's people who understand binary. There's people who don't. There's 10 times the people who understand binary. People who do and people who don't. Because 1 0 is 2 in binary. Anyway, so we want to check first off. We want to go through the message and we want to tokenize it. Now, tokenizing or just split it up into different. We need to split the entire message up first. Okay. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go. We want to turn the message into an array. So I'm going to go var message. And do you know what? I can't remember how to turn a message into an array, I don't think. Well, I'm not sure actually. So I'm going to use my grepper and I'm going to check. I'm pretty sure JavaScript turn string into array of words. Array of words. Okay, and I think all I gotta do is delimit it by just a delimiter. So I think I can just use dot split. So I think the way to do it, var words equals message split, I think. Split the thing? Can't remember now. Is it string? It's string split, isn't it? It's str split. I just want to remember what this is. I think, yeah, I can just write split. I think I can do split and I can do it by delimiter. Like that. And I think that will split it up into messages. And because words is now an array, I can go let word equals, or let's just say has command actually is a better name. Because it could be a command. Has command. So if command, so words message split. So we're splitting up all the words. So we're basically using includes, right? But we want to split it up. So we want to do a for each in this case. I think, yeah. For, the fuck is for each? Words. So we want to do words.for each, which I don't need that, I don't think. Words.for each, and the element is just word. Okay. If word dot length is greater than 2, because it needs to be greater than 2. It needs to have greater than 3, greater than 2. Right, it needs to be more than 2 characters. And this is what's called a bitwise operator. When you put two of the same ampersand or something, if the first one fails, it doesn't get onto the next one. So it's a little more efficient. Word dot, I think if I can just go do that, is equal to prefix. I think I can do get the first character. I can't remember now. Get first character of a string. JavaScript. Char at 0. Yeah, I think it's word dot. Oops. Word dot. Ah! Word dot char at. And that's fine. And this is if words. So I need to check. So if this is right, then I'm going to return a true. Okay. At any point, this returns true, and it also breaks the thing. No, I don't need that, actually. I can just return true. And it should return us completely gone. If it gets all the way to the bottom here, then we return false. So basically what I'm saying is, if one of these is a fucking command, of the prefix this with a message, then hello should work. Then it should try to find hello. All right, so let's try hello, and we'll see where it gets to. So it doesn't know it's a prefix, so something's gone wrong. So something along this logic is wrong. So let's first go console.log, see what word we're dealing with. Okay, so we'll just go, and we'll just make this current word. This is how you debug most things in JavaScript. You just throw console logs everywhere. Okay, and we'll just run hello again. We'll just have to stop and run it again. This is where things get a bit like, you know, all over the shop, but you know. Okay, and we do another hello. And the current word is hello, so it knows what that is. So something went wrong with this logic here. Okay, so for each word. So we need to check, okay, well, console.log first letter. I think carat might actually start at 1. I think it might just be weird. So I'm actually going to go word.carat. Okay, so let's try that. So, and if I run hello again. First letter is correct, actually. No, carat's correct. So if carat is prefix. So this should have returned true. And does it? If I go console.log. True. Okay, and let's do hello again. Okay, so none of this is wrong. If I actually show you the desktop, this is what I've done. I've added these consoles, current word, first letter. That's all right. So this logic is correct. This will do the job. So this will return true. And else return false. So if it gets somewhere, it'll return true. I don't want it to go through all of them. I just want it to return out early. So then let's see if this actually worked. Found command. Maybe the way I've set this up is wrong. So throw that over there and I go hello. And it looks like it hasn't found a command. So it looks like this if statement has botched it. in some way. So it doesn't return the right true here. So maybe I actually have to go is true. Because maybe has command is the existence of the function in JavaScript. So I need to be sure that has command existence is not what we're looking for. It actually has to be true. So let's try that. And I know this is a bit tedious, but this is programming. So again, no, that's not it. So if I go this dot has command, do you know what? I'm going to be really, really meticulous about this. And I'm going to be like, okay, let is command equal has command, function has command. I'm going to actually call this dot has command. And then I'll just put in there is command. So if is command, then go ahead. Don't do anything else otherwise. So let's try that. So what we're trying to get to is make sure the logic is right. Has command is not a function. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't know what that is. How about that? So it looks like has command is not part of this for some reason. It's because it's encapsulated in startup Twitch. So maybe I have to put the functions inside startup Twitch. Let's try that. Nope. What am I doing wrong to define a function in JavaScript? I might be doing something wrong here. See, this is where webby stuff kind of gets me down. All right, back to grepper. Grepper's your friend. Define Boolean function. JavaScript. Return Boolean. So return function func is bool type of is bool. Appear to be doing everything correctly. Yeah, no, this is a good layer to do. I'm not going to stop here. All right. No, this is a good layer to work on. So I want to do has command is not function. Okay, cool. Yeah, is command. So maybe not a let. Let's just do a var. And I want to see what this actually returns. So if I go, I'm just going to do console log here and just see what am I actually returning here. Is command. I just want to see what it returns. Oops. So a lot of this is what debugging is in general. False. So something is returning false regardless. Because I return false in this case. And maybe this words for each. Okay, I'm just going to do something a bit out there, but our found command equals false. And then found command equals true in this case. And then at the very end, we want to return so this is shit because we iterate through. So this should return true now. If this worked. Yeah, weird. It's like the for each loop was not operating the way it should. Like it's like return doesn't happen inside here. Was it word length? No. So if I go, okay, so returns true in that case, but if I go that's false because it's not a command. 2 found command. Okay, so it has to be over 3 characters in length. Maybe greater than or equal to, because it could be small things. Okay. Right, so that's a start. So now I can kind of just simplify this and just make it that. I think that will still work. So now I just stop that and start it again and just make sure that it does what it's supposed to. Okay, so that's doing what it's supposed to. This is great. So now I have the has command working, which is great. So now what we need to do is we need to, instead of using this here, we want to have a has command first, all right? Checks for the existence. Checks for the existence in a message. Now, we want it to work everywhere. So if I go, hello, you, hello, look, it's hello. It still should run sup because it found the command inside the message. That's what I wanted to do. I want it to be like dynamic enough that it found it inside the message, so it's fine. So it still found the command. Okay, cool. So found command still works. I think I might leave. No, I won't leave a console log there. Okay, cool. I think this is good to commit for now. Now, if there's any questions as we go, like ask, you know, I'm not being as instructive this time. I'm just going to talk in my way through what I'm doing. So added renderer, example, cleared up preload and started the logic for processing commands. All right, so that's a lot of little bits of work. But, you know, actually, I just need to check something very quickly. So I'm going to open up the start screen just to make sure that didn't go up. This is so different to me committing. I constantly type git status and doing everything as a habit. Oh, I do normally as well, but I actually don't have git installed on my command line right now. So I'm a bit of a weirdo right now because I actually don't have it installed on my command line right now. I'm using the git this thing. Anyway, so back to code. Okay, so what we have now is we have something that checks if it's a command, so that saves us the processing time because we don't try to traverse unless we know it's a command. And now we have to take the item, we have to take the prefix off it and then check if it exists in things. So first things we're going to try is we're going to try to go function. We're going to make a new function and we're going to go check. Let's just say check socials, right? So this is going to check if socials are done. So the check socials is actually going to take in really nothing apart from the message. And maybe we'll take in, just for the crack, we'll take in tags. Right? Which it won't know really what to do with them, but I'm just, you know, So we'll just take in the message and yeah, we'll take in the tags and message. All right, so we may not use tags. Tags is just like we can get username or get display name and shit. And I'm like, okay. So we know this. Look, we know this is a function. So now we need to check socials. So do you remember in settings, in our settings, Jason, we added a socials setting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to traverse through those. So we know we have socials. So now what we do is we go, okay, message. Oh wait. I got a better idea. Fuck return. Okay, no. This is not good. This is not good. Is not equal to null. So I got a better idea. Right? What if for has command, instead of making it a boolean, which is just like boring, okay? We're going to have that return command. All right. And then word found is word. Found command word. And basically we're going to take the prefix out here. So we've already found the command. We know what it is. So in this case, the word, yeah. And then we can just, I'm just going to do a console.log. Now, trust me when I do this. This is going to make processing it a lot easier. Found command. And that should be has command is not null. So has command is not null. I should probably make that a var. Command is command. Command equals has command. And if command, whoops. If command is not equal to null, then found command. Then we have a command. Right? Actually, it'd probably be easier if I just go if command is equal to null return. Because then it doesn't go through a load of it won't make a difference, does it? I don't know. It's probably more readable to do that actually. Yeah, so if I actually go if command is null. Just do 2. If command is null, then just return. So just like don't fucking bother. Actually, you can make this syntactically sugary. Let's do that. Get out of it. So if I go, I'm just going to format document. So basically, yeah, if it's got no command, don't do shit. And then I don't need this. So then I can just kind of work away. Yeah, that's a bit nicer. Okay. So let's try that. I don't know if this is going to work. But I think this is nicer to work with because now we can kind of... Ooh, command is not defined. So, couldn't find it. No, that doesn't seem to make sense. And that should be a let. I'll leave it as var. Oh, found command should be that. Okay. Yeah, found command should be found command. Cool. Okay, let's try that. Start that. Okay. So now from hello. So there we go. Found command hello. And if I go, okay, what's up? I'm busting. Still found the busting command. Okay, so that's very robust. That's robusting. So basically, if command is not undefined, then go ahead. So I'm just gonna do some commenting. If it was myself, don't do anything. If there's no recognize command, don't do anything. And then the rest is just carry on. Yeah, okay. So we don't need that console log now. We know this works. So from here on out now. Yeah, we got it. My Bobby Gar, we got to make sure it's clean. So basically, this is what our Twitch. When we get any message that comes in, we first check if it's ourselves, don't do nothing. And if there's no recognize the command, don't do nothing. So basically, these are 2 returns, which I like to do. I like to be fail fast. So like the way when I code something, I like to make sure that I leave ahead of it. You know, that's kind of how I do it. So in this case now, so this is good prep work. So basically, has command is too boolingly. I'm actually going to go change that to retrieve command, or get command. No, just leave it as has command for now. It's fine. Okay. And yeah, okay, cool. So very cool. Big pug. So we're kind of getting somewhere now. So I'm just going to put this up as refined the command setup and refine the command checker. All right. So this is just a quick refinement because we want to make sure this is nice and good. This is nice and refined. So now our has command is lovely and refined. We have all we need. The code, I think, makes perfect sense. So, okay, here I am at fencing after cycling 25 minutes through the rain. Okay. What about it? So there I am at fencing. You're not there now. I was wondering if you're on your phone checking fencing. You should be fencing. Fox cycled home in a blizzard, bro. He's just the best. Telling people, well, actually, the warmth last week was the freak weather. Oh, not the cold this week. You're that guy. Listen, all right? Listen, all right? You've derailed me now. Listen, okay? The nice weather last week was fucking... The nice weather is exactly... I think Mother Nature owes us a fucking break. Okay? The nice weather should be sticking around until fucking November. I think Mother Nature owes us a fucking break. We're all indoors. You know? So I too cycled into the wind in a blizzard. Holy shit, Foxbot. Hope that wasn't dangerous. Probably was dangerous. Anyway, this is a lot less structured coding stream. I'm actually going to do something a bit more. I'm actually going to add command prefix because I'm a fucking dickhead. And I'm going to just add this. I think, yeah, add more settings. Settings are good. Command prefix. Yeah. I feel lacerated. Kettle's on. Oh, get that tea into you. Make a hot toddy. If you have whiskey, you get whiskey, hot water, lemon, and if you've got any cloves and a bit of honey, and that'll get you nice and warm. Probably doesn't. I don't think whiskey actually warms you up. I think it makes you feel warm, but it's actually really bad to have in the cold. I think you might kill someone if you do that. Not sure. I was told that by someone because I had this like tradition when I was. I'll take whiskey if you got it, man. Exactly. Anyway, where was he? So we're on to the goal of preloading from settings. So I've added a new command prefix. Set up. I think I should probably make this like this. This is how settings normally look. Sound. Yeah, this looks nicer. This is technically. Dilates your veins means you feel cold less, but you're more vulnerable to it. Ah, I see. See? Dangerous. I just like dabbing. Ah, yeah. So, settings have been loaded. So, I should be able to go settings dot Command prefix. That should technically work because I've parsed the raw data here. So let's try that and just make sure that settings actually load. What happened there? Okay. So if I do a hello. Okay, so the command prefix is now working off settings. Great. So we've loaded from settings, which is great. So now if we go to check socials here, we could be really cheeky, right? So we don't need this anymore in a minute, but I'm going to keep this. I need this, so I'm going to take the Twitch decline and put it down in check socials because we're going to need that in a minute. But message to user to lowercase is not needed anymore. Well, I might get the message to lowercase. I might need that. Actually, I don't need that. I could just take command because I'm only using the command. So command to lowercase. Yeah, because I'm only taking the command. So if command to lowercase. Okay, yeah. All right, so I got to think about this for a second. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to write something that will iterate through all the socials. So we don't know all the keys that are here. Like I do, right? I know all the keys. I know there's Discord, YouTube, Twitter, and GitHub. But I shouldn't code all these individually like a fucking idiot. That would be stupid. Sorry, that's toxic programmer behavior. I shouldn't be saying that. But you know I'm right. So if command... So that technically will work now. Includes hello. That should do it, right? That would be the same thing. Because command, now we've worked out what command is. And that would technically work. Because command includes whatever. Know what I mean? So we split out what is a command. Now the way this is going to work, if I put two things in, if I put hello and you, it would only get hello. It's only going to take the first command. Or it takes the last command that's there. So if I go hello, you, it'll take you. I think. Still catching up on the last one, by the way. Don't worry about it too much. Foxplot. So basically what the last one was what the last one was just kind of setting up a lot of this stuff, and this one has just been kind of tearing down a lot of stuff, and just getting into like setting up settings. So this has been a very like kind of not really a boring stream. I wouldn't call it that. Well, that is boring, but the coding's more being around debugging and just getting things in a place that we'd be very easily able to slot stuff together. So like I set up a load settings, I set up save settings instead of, I used to just load everything from the top. We have our like settings JSON here now that I've kind of structured. That'll be like, I structured this a little bit better. Things are very clear, thank you. Oh, well, that's good. I was a little faster this time around, so just if it gets a bit confusing, just ping me on Discord. I do want to get better at this. I kind of talk as I go, and some things I just kind of grabbed from online. Like I learned that context isolation and node integration needs to be here in order to do stuff to the renderer, in order to be able to import stuff inside renderer, and I didn't know that until I started this stream. So there's nothing wrong with that. Foxplot, I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad everyone's here. I genuinely started this second stream going like, I think I might just go all over the place. I don't know. I'm really insecure about my coding because I feel like I'm okay at programming. I'm not a brilliant coder, but I'm okay at it. And that means like I kind of make a lot of like, I kind of go over what I've done a lot and like change it up, and I don't know, I'm doing this on the fly. Like the plan that I had last stream is gone. Like well, not gone, but it's not like I'm working a lot more like free flow now. Like I'm having more fun with this than I thought I would. No, actually I'm having lots of fun. So a command includes hello, so that does technically work, but I want to go down into check socials. So what if I took, all right, so we want to go check socials, right? And we want to take command, and we want to take tags. So we're taking tags and command down with us. We don't need anything else. And this is now redundant. We're going to check socials, and then after that, we're going to check sounds. All right, which we're going to bring the same stuff down. Tags, command. All right, so it's check sounds isn't a thing yet, but this will be done later. So check sounds, which I'm going to take tags and command. So these are kind of the format of everything that I'm going to check for. Is check socials is going to check if one of the social things, and check sounds is going to check one of those, and it'll check both of them. So if you put in, if I had a social network that was called Discord, or if I had a sound that's called Discord, it'll also play Discord. It'll do both. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go, okay, check sounds, and I'm going to go into check socials. Ignore this. This is going to be a to-do. Traverse through the sounds path directory and see if you have a file by the name of the command. I hear check soldiers. I'm not paying attention to the stream, just have it in the background while writing music. I hear the check socials and as check soldiers. I do say it kind of funny. Listen, I was a social in Iraq, all right? They asked me how many social networks I'm part of, and do you know what I tell them? I tell them I was a social in Iraq. That makes no sense. Okay, so first things first, we want to clean up the command. I think we should clean the command before we send it down. I think we can go command equals command we want to remove the first character from it, because like we don't need that shit anymore, because we just want to send the sanitize command back, right? So we may want to take the word off it here. Actually, we might. Do you know what? We might take the exclamation point, the prefix off it here. Like, what if we sanitized has find and sanitize command? Yeah, find, and that could be a more descriptive name for this. Find and sanitize command, right? I don't think that's spelled right. Music writing stream question mark? Ask me and I like a share, and I says I'm a social in Iraq. Music writing stream question mark? Maybe. Do you know what? If you want to watch one of those though, Gar is going to be doing one soon. Giga Gar. He's going to be doing one, and I think it's going to be good because I actually have listened to Gar's music. I've seen Gar live before, and he doesn't talk about it much, but he should, because his music is very good. So he's going to be doing a music stream soon, and we've been talking. I bet you Gar sucks blick. Oh, hi Gar. I mean, he's, find and sanitize command. So this will get the last command. This command always takes last. It's last one. All right. This always takes the last one. So if you had like hello and thing, it'll take the last one in it. To be fair, I don't talk about it in case the actual real life name is all over the place. Yeah, I guess so. So is mine. I mean, my music has my name all over it, but I won't share it. I'll just take like an MP3 of my music and just like take all the metadata off it and then share it and be like, yeah, this is now Valverdian's. It's technically right. It is mine. I'm the same person. I'm just, that was bad. That was back when I was actually, do you know what? On Bebo, I think Bebo back in the day. Bebo back in the day, I had my phone number on Bebo. My now I don't have that number anymore, so it's fine. But my personal phone number was on Bebo to like book gigs. You could like just ring me and book a gig. You could just I'm a fucking idiot. Imagine putting your fucking personal phone number on a Bebo. Big balls, man. I got some serious calls. Some strange calls. Did you ever tell you about the bikers, man? I had a biker group ask me to play once. I had to say no because he scared the shit out of me. I didn't even know there were bikers in Dublin. No idea, but there was a biker group and they were getting like bands to play. Yeah. I don't know, because I didn't do the gig, because it conflicted with me doing a gig at a college. That's why I didn't do it. Like, I probably would have done it, because I'd be like, fuck it, you know. But I didn't do it, because it conflicted. We were playing the fucking not DIT, the one in Dunleary, the art school, playing that one. Anyway, yeah, legit Irish bikers are pretty scary, not gonna lie. Yeah, so one of them rang me. That was like my Bebo had the most followers I've ever had. Like, I had fucking thousands of followers on Bebo. I think Badman was the reason because of that. I think he turned them on to someone who was really popular in Bebo and they recommended the page, and then we just like got loads of followers. I think Badman did that. Would Irishmen be caught dead riding two British imperial coins? Yes. I just remember you said I remember our Bebo being really popular because of you for some reason. I can't remember what. Anyway, find and sanitize. Little command, settings, command prefix. Okay, so that's all set up. Where was I? Sorry, we'll get back into this. Find and sanitize command. So I want to remove the prefix out of this. So there's a fast way to do this. I know there is. Remove. I think it's word slice 1, I think. Let's see if that works. Console.log found command. Let's just see if that works first, because I fucking worry I messed that up. And we're just gonna if command is equal to hello. Because this should technically be right now. I should just be able to just check it like that. Command to lowercase. This should technically do the job. It should work if I'm doing this right. I deny such accusations. Anyway. So now, hello. Can someone do an exclamation mark hello? Anyone around? Anyway, I don't. Oh, channel is not defined. Channel is not defined. Aha, thank you. But it did find the command. Look at that. It sanitized it. So that did work. That sliced it. So command, I have to add channel. 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 Ciao, Bella. Channel. I obviously need to say into the channel. I'm an idiot. So yeah, tags channel. Yeah. So check social should be tags channel command. Tags channel command. Okay. So this does nothing. I might just comment this out for now. That's fine. That's fine. It's how we learn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we do it. So if I do a hello now, boom. So it found, so just to check the logs, I'm just going to show it in desktop, just to show you the logs. So what I've done here is, you can see now is, so I joined Val, I did a hello, it sanitized it. That's this print statement here, the found command, and then it sent the found command, the command without the exclamation mark, down to here, where if it matches, it does that. Okay? Now, here's an interesting thing that could happen, right? So this is still running. So if I go hello and I go yams, it finds yams, and yams is actually it actually found hello and yams, but it actually sent yams back. So this thing will always get the final command back. All right, it will always get the last command that it found. So if you put several commands in one, it'll do one. Sorry, hello, Bento.
Thank you.
Don't be sorry you're late. I'll do a recap anyway in a second, so you won't miss anything. But hello, welcome, and thank you so much for resubscribing for 8 months. Oh my god, 8 months. Seriously, one more month. Gonna have to stand in front of the class now. Shame. Don't talk about that. I remember doing that back in the day. So we've really just, all we've done is brought in some like engineering stuff. So I'm gonna make this a bit smaller so I can read it better. And I'm also gonna close that on the left. I don't need that. So all I've done really, right? Just so it's more readable, I'll make it this big. Is this a big? This a big. Okay. So all I've done is I've added, instead of now when we connect, all I've done, Bento, is I've added new settings and Twitch client global variables. So what they are basically things that I can read from anywhere in the main JavaScript file. And I've added a function, which, remember what we used to make functions. I've added a function called load settings, which lets me load the raw data from the Twitch raw data that you remember, the Twitch auth, but also a settings.json file. Right? And the settings.json file has a couple of things. It has sounds, which I've added a sound path. It has all the socials. It has a command prefix and a version number. Version number is just so if I ever change the settings down the line, I know I'll have to migrate them over. The command prefix is basically what you want your commands to be started with. Your sounds is the path of where all the sounds should be. I just have it set to my sounds. It doesn't give anything away, so I'm just going to like send it up. I don't care. And socials, this is just an example essentially, but settings have all your socials. So what we're doing right now is we're just getting all our code. So when we create Windows, when ready, we use when ready, the app when ready, we load the settings, we start up Twitch, and then we create the window. And then all the rest is still where it was. Don't worry about the IPC main stuff. We kind of did a little thing where we experimented with sending information from the renderer using IPC renderer and IPC main, where we handle it. So that means when you're on the UI side, you can click a button and the button would do something. We just had it start up Twitch from a button. That's cool, but it's not really my focus right now. When we move on to making like GUI stuff, as in like GUI as in GUI, graphical user interface stuff, then I'll work more into the IPC main. So like, you know, we'll work on this later. Nothing to see here. Okay. So that's for later. You know, don't worry about this IPC main stuff. It's not. I might actually remove the handle just so it's like, whoops. GUI. GUI. And even here, I might just like there. So like nothing's set up right now. GUI. Well, do you just say GUI every time? So anyway, what I've done down here is on the message, when a message comes in now, instead of just having exclamation mark and checking for stuff. I don't want to be that GUI. But basically, every time I set up a message, I do a find and sanitize command function. So I've set up a functions. So basically, every time a message comes in here, right? So yeah, sorry, I'll start again. Every time I set up a message, every time a message comes in from Twitch, okay, we have 3 functions that it'll go through. First is the find and sanitize command, which means if it finds a command, then it finds one and it first checks if the prefix is right. So remember that settings where we set the prefix, now it's here, see? So that prefix setting, we get from settings, we find the command prefix, and we also bring in the message. And from that, we derive, first off, we split down the words to see, we split it by spaces. So we take all the words and put them into an array. An array is just like a collection of like, of a single kind of type. So this is a collection of strings. And then we use a for each, which goes through each word, and it checks in words, each word. If the length is over 2 or equal to 2, so if I do like that, that's not considered a command. Or it is actually. No, that is a command now. But that wouldn't be a command. It wouldn't recognize that as a command. Right? So an exclamation mark would not be a command. All right? That's kind of a good thing. And if the first character of the word is the same as the prefix, then that would be considered a command as well. That would put it as a command. So then what we do is we found the command, but what we got to do is we got to get rid of the first letter. Now I don't know why slice takes 1 as a thing. I think that's just a weird JavaScript thing, but basically slice, I want to take the first character away. I think it's because I'm slicing from, so it takes from the first one away. So I think the way it works, if I have like bustin', slice basically slices here. So then, because I'm slicing from 1. So if you look at the word bustin', right? The way that works is it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the things, right? So when you're looking at something like a character, the character at 0 means my cursor, piece of memory, the cursor is like the thing looking at the thing in memory goes, okay, I'm here. So at 0, from 0, the next character is what it's going to look at. So it goes from left to right because, you know, it doesn't use RTL languages. It uses left to right. So it's, you know, American spelling English. That's the standard language of computer science. US English spelling as well, which is kind of annoying because I mess up my spelling all the time because I put I put a U in color, and you know, I mean, I don't know why. I think it's because a lot of code originates from the States, so it just goes that way. Except Ruby. Ruby's from Japan. Ruby's Japanese. Even so, it still maintains a lot of the same language stuff. But I guess it has to be universal now. So anyway, so from 0, so that's why slice goes from 1, because from 0, if I sliced, it wouldn't slice anything. Right? But if I go from here, then it goes from 1, it takes just what's left on the other side. So it takes bustin'. So that's what we want to get. We want to take that out. I hope that makes sense. But I want to take out basically from the first character onwards. So I sliced it. I think that's what it is. See, the thing is, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm applying knowledge I kind of already understand, and hopefully that's it. But that means now when I go check socials, I can go check socials to lowercase. So the next thing we need to do is we need to iterate through all the things we have in socials and say, okay, well, all the keys inside socials need to be kind of examined here. So we could do it this way, or we could make this a JSON array, which is actually a bit smarter. So a JSON array allows us to... No, I don't think so, actually. No. All right, get all the keys in an object. So there's definitely a way to do that. So I'm just going to go to here. By the way, the greatest piece of work, the greatest thing, the only thing as a developer you should install or use is grepper. Grepper basically finds code snippets of things you're trying to do. It saves you so much fucking time. If you're just like, I just need to know, like, I know what I need to do, right? So in this code, I know what I need to do. I need to iterate through all the keys inside socials. So currently how I'll go through that is I'll go settings, socials. I'll go socials, right? Okay? Settings, socials. And then socials will have different keys. So I'll go Discord, right? And that technically will work. If I go here, look, settings, social key. If I go settings, socials, so settings, socials, Discord. That should technically get it. So I can actually do that, and then I can go if settings, socials. Sorry, settings, social. If I go Discord, Discord. All right. And I just go, instead of that, it's, I'm not going to use the tag right now because I don't need it. But I just need to go channel, and then I can go settings, social, Discord. All right. And technically that should do it. So if I go, so if I set that up, sorry, let me just open up the terminal again because I think I closed it. New terminal. Yeah, there we go. So I run the terminal and I go npm start. I hope this is easy enough to follow. And then I go Discord. Ooh, read properties is undefined. At check socials. So this didn't work. I wonder why. Can I pull it from like that? Oh, it's socials. Ugh, I'm an idiot. Actually, does that work? Does that work? Hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. That does work because I can just pull it. Yeah, you can read data two ways. Aha, I got a great idea. All right, cool. So that's cool, right? So, okay, so I'm going to be really clever about this, okay? Oh, this is so dumb if this works. Okay. Okay. So first things first, I want to go var social URL equals, and I want to go settings social, and I'm just going to go copy, and instead of Discord I'll go command to lowercase. Okay, and what I'm doing inside these angle brackets, there's two ways of accessing something from JSON. You can go settings social, and I can write Discord, right? And because it'll kind of work it out, that's fine. But you can also just check, you can make these little brackets and then add in, you can make these angle brackets or these square brackets, and you can basically just check for the existence of something. So I'm going to do social URL, and if I go if social URL is not undefined, social calls back response for YouTube, Discord. Yeah, exactly. So if social URL is not undefined, okay, then Twitch say, and then get the social URL. Okay, so what this will do then, this should technically, it's a very neat little script. What it should do is basically it checks my settings, and it checks, based on the command, it checks if to lowercase, if it fits any of these keys. And then if it's not undefined, well, tell me what it is. So that should do the job. Now, I'm not sure, like, I don't know if this will work if I have it undefined, or if that'll connected, but let's see. So if I go YouTube. Yep. If I go Discord. Yep. I go GitHub. Yeah, cool. All right, that's it. Magic. So in 5 lines of code? Yeah, about 5 lines of code. So socials doesn't do anything. Because it doesn't get all of them. But note that it knows that it's a command, but it doesn't really break it down very well. So this find and sanitize command will slice out if it's a command, and if it is one, it sends it down to the check socials, and check socials then just has the command and it checks if that works. Yeah, that does the job. All right, cool. Sick. See, all the gents are on today. The Jensen gentle ladies, of course. Don't forget Flying Bentos here. And everyone in between. Well, there could be more than one lady. Bento's a real lady. Stop it. Okay, so that piece of code I think works quite well. I don't think I need tags. Yeah, tags is unnecessary. Let's take that out. We don't need that. We just need the channel and the command. Okay, cool. So that check socials works. So let's kill that. And let's just go, let's commit that to GitHub. Because I think where we are now is step 1, right? So we have the renderer thing. We just, commented out some stuff we're not doing right now and got social commands working. Huzzah! Fantastic. So if I go back here, let's see.
Come on in.
Oh.
My pleasure. To meet you, have a seat.
Oh, Hassel, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good stream. You were playing Warband, I think. Or Mountain Blade Warband. Welcome. Yayo, yayo! It was indeed. Hope it went well. Moderators, would you like to give a shout out to Hassel TV, please? I could do it as well. I could write it. I could write a script to do it. I could do it right now, right in your face. Recap for all the new viewers. My name's Val, and we are currently writing our own chatbot. We have a social set up, so now all socials can be found, and the next thing we're going to do is get all the sounds. Sorry to promote on your stream, but I promise literally only Hassel will care. My sister's considering doing a Command & Conquer stream. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. No, I endorse Broadcast, to be honest. I endorse her, Foxbot. So I endorse Frogcast. She is indeed a great streamer. You should check her out. Actually, you know, she's a really good VTuber. I like her setup. She's got a very cool, like, her like corner thing is really cool. I know she's set up, and she has these friends on. It's kind of like, it's more like a podcast than a stream sometimes. Sometimes I watch it and it's like a podcast kind of setup, because it's like they all know when to talk and when not to talk. It's actually very impressive. I've yet to sit in a stream where they actually get in front of the thing. Get crossed up at one another. It's very impressive. Anyway, that aside, check out Frogcast. She has YouTube as well, so if you're watching on YouTube, type Frogcast into YouTube. You'll probably find her. Anyway, that's enough. I think Hassel's YouTube as well while I'm doing this. So does Hassel, and Hassel, I think, is just Hassel TV. And so does Get Good Gar, and CM Rooney has one too. There's a lot of people you should be checking. If you're here and you want to watch gaming and not coding, that's one where you can go. Okay, goodbye. Now that the people are off to watch gaming, let's get back to coding. God. Right, anyway. So we've done check socials. So if I go back to my slides. Beautiful. So we've done the social one, and it's loaded from a simple JSON file, so that's cool. So gosh, all these gaming streamers, right, Bento? God. Bento also streams, but everyone knows Bento streams. Come on. She's the most famous person I know. Well, she's famous to me. I like her. Anyway. And I love what she did with her hair. Damn it, Marcus, now I'm doing it. Why code when Elden Ring? I barely stream. Sure, we all barely stream. I'm barely streaming right now. Anyway, come on. Stop distracting me. We have to do the next thing. So the next goal is we want to have a way to list sounds when the chatbot is called. Cooldowns for all sounds and individual ones too. Right, so let's not worry about cooldowns for now. Famous last words. But what do we need to do to check sounds? So we need to find a way to Bro, my final camp is bro, my on my final project for my boot camp. Ridiculous. Hello, ridiculous. You're on your final project for your boot camp. Are you coding bootcamp? Oh, neat. Neat. What you coding, ridiculous? I'm coding a simple... They must make the perfect boots. He codes boots. He's making boots for the metaverse. That's why it's a coding bootcamp. Because he's making Yeezys that work on the metaverse. I got you, ridiculous. I know exactly what you're doing. Metaverse Yeezys. Guarantee you they're going to be a thing. 100%. Get your Metaverse Yeezys right here. Anyway. So you're not fucked. You're on a coding stream now. You're learning. It's 3 months. 9 times of just fucking coding. Yeah, that's it. Just rip it. Crush it, man. I've been coding for 2 hours and 40 minutes. There's a kid running a subway in Metaverse. Nice. I thought of joining one of those. Coding boot camps are cool, but the one thing I will say about them is that they put a lot of unnecessary pressure on you. Like, you know, sometimes people need a push. Some people need a push. I don't. I love doing this. I just like coding, so it's fine. People tip them hundreds of dollars in Ethereum. Holy shit. Doing React for the final. Nice. 3 months of 9 to 5. Well, if you finish, you'll be looking at work 9 to 5, 52, not counting holidays for a year. Yep. Hey, but you're paid well. You know what I mean? You get money to buy video games that you won't have time to play. Well, wanted something to show that I've completed. Yeah. I could probably use a push. I'm so fucked situation too much already. Do you know what's... I think we all are a little bit Foxplot, to be real. 5 to 1 a.m. work. Fuck. Thankfully, it's all from home. Well, ridiculous. The boot camp... you've got a bit of time, I think. You got a bit of time. I mean, your final project, right? So, you're using React. That is a serious grind, though. Ridiculous. That is a serious grind. Ends April 5th. Loads of time. Calendar. What are we looking at? That's like next Tuesday. Do you know what's happening on April 5th, chat? Sorry about this, ridiculous. But, oh, you had a baby. Congrats, man. See, actually, I'm having a baby too, by the way. But it's not, it's a hairy baby. I'm adopting a hairy baby next I'm adopting a hairy baby. Yes, I can. Yes, I can, Marcus. No, it's not a real baby. Return the dog. I will not return the dog. I love dogs. Fur baby. I hate this. Mine is a pain in the ass. Ah, no. This boy, he's a good boy. His name is Buster, and he is 8 years old, and I'm adopting him from the SPCA. He needs a home, and I'm going to give him one. He's a good guy. I like him. Anyway, so what we're working on right now, Ridiculous, is an Electron app that uses Twitch chat. I'm actually going to show you how it works right now. So just basically all it does very little right now, but it's join the chat. And now, at the moment, all of the settings in a JSON file are now being traversed and will be able to display. Very simple stuff, but it does what it's supposed to, which is cool. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. I'm just kind of demonstrating how someone would do this. So it just reacts and writes stuff back. So I'm just writing my own bot because, you know, bots are fun. So that's what I'm kind of working through at the moment. Through an episode of Kitchen Nightmares, but Ridiculous. You're using React. React is a pretty cool. It's a Facebook technology. I was going to use React for like the UI layer, but it's hard to kind of like. It's hard to describe. It is while it's very cool and very very cool language. It is its own language in itself. Like I find React basically like learning a different version of JavaScript. I use a bit of it in work, a little bit, and it's fine. I've done React Native apps. I've written that as part of my job, and you know, yeah, I wish you the best of luck though, man. Ridiculous, seriously, and yeah, congrats. Even though I know children are hard, they are worth it. Seemingly. Anyway, so var. Okay, so what we need to do for checking the sound. So what we want to do, as I said in this thing, I want to find a way to list sounds when a command is called. So back to grepper, which by the way, Ridiculous, grepper is your friend. If you want to learn how to get code snippets quickly, use grepper. So I want to do is iterate through a file system and get and list files. JS. So array for each file. Okay, cool. Let's see what this does. Photo files. So array from, what is files? This one's not working. Iterate. Okay, so I want to get all the files. List all files from directory JavaScript. I mean, look, there's no reinventing the wheel. There's always someone who's figured it out ahead of me. Not a video. I don't need a video. Files lives folder. So redirectory, fs redirectory sync. Current gate will give you all files in a folder, assuming it's on the server side and you want to list all files. File.html is file name, patch info, get files, about directory path, callback function. Getting the list of a file, so it's a return a list that you can parse by adding simple list. Okay, cool, yeah, this will do it. Well, dog is a man's word. Val considers an additional life goal. What did I consider to be a... They want to be fierce pack mates. Fierce pack mate. I don't know what's going on in chat right now. Children are worth it, supposedly. Oh yeah, but they are. Of course they're worth it. Isn't it like a part of our biological incentive to have them? Like, I'm sure not everyone wants children, and that's fine. But I assume going through all that shit makes it worth it. Like, it's got to. There's a lot. Like, one of my brother just had a kid, and my sister-in-law just had a kid. Well, soon to be sister-in-law. I'm not married yet, but they both had a kid, and they both didn't seem at all like they were gonna have kids. And then they had them, and now they're happy with their kids. So, like, you know, like, I don't know, there must be something pretty cool about them. My brother used to say shit like, to people who had kids, he's like, having a kid is easy. I mean, pretty much anyone can do it, right? Because it's something that the human race has been doing forever. And now he's like, it's the hardest thing ever. It's like, you know what I mean? They change his fucking mind pretty quick once he had one. I love reminding him too. Return a list. Yeah, okay. So we'll do read address. I don't know what this will do, but fuck it. Okay, so we want to read all the files. So first things first is we want to go boom, fs read directory. So we want to go directory path. So we want to go settings, directory. Trying to act like I can read your mind. My wife doesn't want them, and I don't mind either way. Yeah. Well, that's it then, fully. And I'd have kids if I could have them in a lab already. Yeah, just get test tube babies, man. That's it. I want to grow mine in a polytunnel in the back of my garden. Marcus, you're never having kids. That's a shame. Your genetics are probably fantastic. You could just donate, donate your DNA to science and just, then you're kind of having kids, but not really, you know what I mean? Do it, Marcus. I want to see more Marcuses in the world. There needs to be more. I'm sorry, but there has to be more Marcuses in the world. Have them find out what went wrong. No, nothing went wrong. Don't listen to Fully when he said you're broken, alright? Fully's just being mean. Anyway, what was I... Let's get back on this, right? Because I want to get somewhere. So what was our settings? Our settings was sounds, sound path. This is so gone off the rails. Sounds, sound path. Alright, so that's what our settings is. Now we can do this both ways. See the way I've done it this way, but we could technically do it that way again. And the callback function is we want it in here. So we want this callback function inside here. So when this is done, we should have files, I guess. For each function element. God damn it, Ridiculous. What did Ridiculous do? Listen, don't blame Ridiculous. He's got enough on his plate. Or she has enough on their plate. Okay? They have enough on their plate. Big segue. Big time. Listen, this is the way it is, Read address sync. Var files. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to do this. I might try that. All right, and I'm going to try that. I'm going to try reading them and see what it do. I don't know if this is going to work. Like, I want an absolute path. Okay, console.log. No. File for each. We want to go through them. So I think this is file. Big segue. Or is it a seg? I don't know. I always think of seg. Did you know that the guy who made segways died by using a segway? He fell. He segued off a cliff. Sorry, that shouldn't be funny to me, but it is. It's really fucking funny. He was showing how good the brakes were, and oh, sorry, it's poetic. He was showing how good the brakes were, and it just fucking YOLO'd off a cliff. Yeah, because the brakes weren't good enough. The fucking inventor died from it. Like, sorry, that's really mean. I'm pretty sure lived by the seg, died by the seg. He fucking imagine though. Hey, your brakes suck. Oh yeah, we'll watch this. Yeah, just off a cliff. Oh, so funny. Console.log file. I don't know. I don't know what this is gonna do. This could fucking break my computer. Hey, let's find out what files I have. This is gonna just list all my personal. It just says passport, passport, passport 5 times. All right, let's go. So all I've done here is I've just used readdress sync to see if it'll read, and then if it reads the sound path, and then oh shit, hang on. I've done nothing here. I need to actually add a thing. So check sounds, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna if command is equal to sounds is equal to just sounds. All right, put him in there, just so we got some stuff to do with. All right, so maybe you do is die and had some Irish blood in him. Clearly the only course out of control. Yeah. No, that's the only way. That's how Irish people. That's an Irish funeral, man. Oh, I read somewhere actually. Did you know that it's apparently the reason why evil people in movies have British accents is because it's like that slight colonial like revenge that they were slowly trying to make like British people sound more evil. So apparently it's like a colonial revenge thing. That's why the Empire has a British accent. Fun fact. Well, it's not a fact. I don't know what it is. Sounds. Ooh. I like it. I know you do. I don't know what that did. That do anything? Hang on. Sounds. You make the best baddies. I mean, you have the most practice. No. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, you would cheer for the good guy beating up the stupid bad guy, but having an English accent automatically makes you smart, despite having the evidence of the general public being far from. Listen, there's a lot of dumb countries out there. I don't think any country is any smarter or dumber than any other one. Maybe Sweden or Scandinavian countries are a bit smarter in general. I found that they always make really good decisions. But that's just, whatever. I think it's FS read file sync. I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh, okay. I think I know what I've done wrong. Right, so I think this is right. Okay. But this sound path actually, because it's using a Unix kind of setup, I think this has to be backwards. Because it's an asshole. I think that's right. Let's try that. They're always on about workaround days, spamming that. Honestly, just let it go. Here, listen, you little shit. Do you know I learned something actually? This is one for Hassel. Did you know that the Ottoman Empire actually provided famine relief to Ireland, but they landed in Drogheda because Dublin was getting blocked by the Brits. So like Drogheda has a bunch of crescent moons and stuff all over its docks to like, to do something to like commemorate them. So we got Jannies, basically, is what I'm saying. Sounds. Let's see. And then you guys hate Jannies. I hate the way you play them, Hassel. It's very different. Sounds. That doesn't work. Fuck Jannies though. One of us. Yep. I'm afraid, Bento. What's a Jannies? It's a character from AoE 2. It's a type of use. That doesn't work. Sound path. Am I doing that wrong? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. It's that. I'm so dumb. Obviously, it's not going to work. Try that. Try that, Val. You're good. Sounds. Come on, list them. Do them. I don't know if this is like doing it or if it's like breaking. It's hard to tell because it's like loading for ages. I don't know if you can't see this right now. Janissary, it's an old Ottoman soldier. Huh. Interesting. The Great Famine is the same time as the Crimean War, but the Great Britain fought alongside the Jannies. Who talks about the Ottoman soldiers? It's just hassle. All right, he just loves the Ottoman. He just loves the Ottoman Empire. Huh? I can't seem to read the local file. Read file. So I need to figure. I'm trying to figure out how to read a local file. Read files in directory. I'm really trying to figure this out. I've never done this. I've done this in like like tons of languages, but I've never done it in JavaScript. Read directory. So no. Iterate through files in directory node. Looping through files in a folder node. Okay. Folder with files. Okay, this is C drive. Stat directory name. Ooh. Okay, so what am I looking at here? Read address path. Address files, await read address path for. Yeah, okay. Let's try that. Read address file promises. Okay, read address from FS promises. I kind of want to do it sync though. Can I not use sync? Read file sync. Directory. Illegal operation read directory. Read file sync. Her. I do not know. Stack Overflow our bestie. Yeah, hell yeah, man. I'm all about that life. Like I said, I started this one. Open directory sync. Open number of directory entries and buffered internally. I'm reading it. Open sync. Read add directory sync. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I need a read add directory sync example. Please. Function a Gif current file names. Directory name. Okay. So this only gets the current one though. What's my current directory? That's my current directory. This is bullshit. I don't need this. Like I need to go back and get from an absolute path. So this is the problem. Read file on OS. OS package. Yeah, the loop of computer programming. Googling is 90% of it. Only when you need to get the syntax. Like, I know what I need to do. I just need to get the syntax. I could spend ages just learning it. File system. File handle read options. I just need to find what I'm looking for. FS promises, copy file, shown, read a directory. That's it. Open directory, read directory. This is it. This is definitely the one, but I just need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I might try just this. Okay, let's try just that. Just to see what we get. And the path should be settings. Do I have the correct path in here? Yeah, I do. Alright, settings. Let's just put it in directly. I just want to get this right. Because if I get this right, then we can actually start fucking around with sounds. So you can always use parent directory. You're right, Gar, I could, but remember, I have to get this working off an absolute path because ultimately what I'd like to do is have settings and people can set a path. So my goal here is to try to just get it to iterate through any file I'm given. And then if it's an MP3 file. Error because an uncaught concept read. Wait is only valid in async functions top level body, so I have to use synchronous function. Okay, so that I can't use that. FS read. So I have to use an asynchronous function. Grand. I can't use this. I have to use a synchronous function. Okay. Whoops. Computer says no. It do. That's fine though. It's gonna make sure it's definitely reading sounds, and I'm gonna put that at the end of it just to see. Like I just want to see for each file. Console.log. I want to see if I even get here. Files. Hang on. Hold on. Yeah, check sounds has been ran. Okay. Whew. Files length. So let's just start with the file length. Let's just go files.length. Maybe it'll just come up as undefined anyway, but at least we'll have something on screen. So it's not even getting into it, I don't think. Reach sounds. Okay. I think I just actually broke the logic somewhere. Yeah, I think I broke the logic somewhere because it hasn't even reached sounds. Check sounds if sounds is sounds. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is probably working this whole time. Just it was using the wrong function. I'm a dumbass. All right, here we go. Sounds. Oh, here we go. Files, shoutouts. Bussin'. Alright. I'm a fucking clown. There it is. For GIF, long. Okay, cool. You take that back. You take that back. Alright, cool. We got sounds. Okay, so we know that we got sounds, but we're in the wrong place. Sounds should be sounds/mp3 slash. Okay, and now we can put that back to being put that back to this. So I can go settings, sounds, sound path. Okay, so we should get files length and we should list all the files. Right, so just to recap what I've done, because this is a long debugging thing. But the check sounds, what it does is once it gets sounds, it goes through each sound, it gets basically every sound in the sound path, and then it compares it. Now, what I might do is I might actually save every sound once it's booted up. I don't really want to do this every time a sound command comes in, because that could be really, really bad performance. I think I got a collapse too. All right. Well, sorry I didn't get far enough to do proper sounds. Listen, look, like I said, this process will take time. So let's just see. Oh, look at that! Hey, look at that! Oh, okay. So we're very close. We've got 150 fucking 7 sounds though. Okay. Right. Okay, so we want to load all the sounds. So what if instead, right, just when we boot up, we want to have another function to load sounds. So load settings, and we're just going to do const load sounds. Okay? And we're just going to have a quick one here where we get all the files from settings, and load sounds comes from load settings, load sounds. Okay, and from load sounds, I'm just going to go sound files, which we're actually going to save up here. Let sounds. Okay, we're going to go sound files or sounds. Okay. Check this out though. We're nearly there. Sounds equals. Okay, so sounds, I'm just going to redirectory that, all right? So, and then I'm just going to do a quick console.log sounds loaded plus sounds.length. Okay, so what that does is just quickly checks if the sounds actually have loaded, okay? So that's loaded the sounds. So now down here, actually, I'm just going to call that something better. Sounds list. And I'm actually going to rename that just so it's a bit more, you know, load sound list. Okay. And load sound list should be here. So load sound list. And then I go down here, and instead of sounds, I don't need this anymore. I actually don't need any of this anymore. This is fine. So this loads all of this stuff. So we're good here. We don't need this command anymore. And all we got to do, if command dot to lowercase includes, or if, okay, we need to check all the sounds. So we need to go, okay, if, I'm sorry I'm just focusing on this, but I really want to get this done. Okay, so we want to take all the MP3 out of it. So this is going to play MP3s. So let me just close that up. And we want to find in the list. So we want to go sounds list dot for each. And we want to call that sound. Let's remember what this for each loop is. It's sound. And sound is equal to this. I think that's how it's done. Okay, so this is what we'll do inside. So if for each every sound, so if sound, or if command, no, yeah, if sound dot includes So these are all strings, but this should come back, right? So sound dot, is it includes? It's includes, isn't it? Shit, what is it? JavaScript includes. I think it's includes. I just want to make sure. Prototype includes. If array1 includes 2, array root includes. Should I strip the MP3 out? No, I'm not stripping the MP3 out because that would be faster. But if I go sounds, if, all right, yeah, if string contains, is it contains? Yeah, it's contains. If sound contains, and we just go command, then sound play dot play, and we want to go sound dot play, and we want to play settings dot sound sounds dot sound path plus sound. That should play the sound. Okay, and then that should do it. Should play the sound, and then I should also say Twitch client say at plus. So what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of slowly saying what I'm doing. By the way, if anyone's gone to bed, good night. Sorry, I just got stuck in this. So sound is equal to command. This way it might break if the command has letters in a word like shout, big shout. Yeah, good point. Actually, yeah, you're right. Because if sound... You're right. So var sound is not var sound equals sound split dot mp3 sound dot return and then 0. So just take sound out of it, or sound candidate sound. Yeah, candidate sound is sound. So candidate sound is equal to command. I'm just going to do a console.log here, because it might not work. Sound. Okay, and then this is tags dot username plus equals as played. Good night, Ruskington. Has played sound. Okay, so yeah, that should do it, because they should match then. Oh, this should be a triple equals. Right, let's give that a go. Fuck it. I mean, the worst case scenario is it's not going to work. I have all these PowerShells running. That's my problem. Okay, maybe now. Maybe now. Let's try again. Yeah, it was running 2 at the same fucking time. You have to be careful of that. Sometimes you'll accidentally run stuff at the same time. So now if I try busting. Okay, so busting for read and for each undefined. So sounds list is not done then, is it? Hmm. It got quite far though, didn't it? Sound split MP3. Hey, what was the error message again? Hang on. Oh, I've destroyed the app. Are you fetching the sound list asynchronous? Might need an await somewhere. No, it's not asynchronous. It's a synchronous. It's a synchronous check. It's synchronous. Read address sync. So it's a synchronous check, and I have sounds loaded. It actually tells me I've loaded the sounds. So I have the sounds loaded in. That's very interesting. Okay. So what I need to do is add some. I just need good old-fashioned console logs. Let's find out where we're falling down here. So console.log sound. Let's log what sound we're looking for. Are you for sure it's an MP3, not a WAV file? Yep, confident. If it wasn't an MP3 file, because I source all my stuff as MP3s, I think I need to go for each sound. I just need to list out the sounds that I'm going through. Oh, debugging functions can be just so, like, I'm more universal, you know? Yes. So, where did it get to? It called yes right off the bat. So run for each. What's it? What have I called this thing? Sounds list. Yes, so sounds list here. Sounds list is an array. It should be an array. If sounds, I need to check if sounds list is empty. If sounds list is not undefined. No, if sounds list is undefined. Remember, we do it this way. Return. So basically we have nothing to work with here. Don't do anything. Console.log sounds list. We have sounds to get through. Let's see, because it could be just this for each is broken. Which is very likely, because I'm very bad at these for eaches. Alright, let's try that. Not with these, no. You can't set breakpoints with JavaScript. It's too weird to set breakpoints. It just doesn't work the way we should. Do you know what? Maybe I should save them all up here, because I definitely have a sounds list, because it says sounds list loaded. So maybe I should go for each. Yeah, actually, fuck that. Why am I doing it down here? Fuck this loop, okay? This loop's a bad move. This loop's a bad move. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why this is a bad move. We'll take this for each and we'll put it up here, okay? And the sounds list should go through each sound. So, loaded sounds, okay? Sound list.length, and then we want to print out every loaded sounds. We want to print out the sound. We want to get the candidate sound out, and then we want to save it as a dot. Yeah, okay. Don't do a Twitch say. Don't do any of that. Just go found sound if candidate sound. So none of this check. We don't need this. Okay. Candidate sound. Okay, and we just want to go console. So what we're going to do is we're just going to console.log the candidate sound. We're not going to do anything else. We're just going to boot it up and do console.log candidate sound. That's all we're going to do. So we're going to have a big list. Unfounded domains that promise or unhandled with a catch. Throw it inside. This originated by throwing an async function at a catch block. So this isn't working. This is the problem. Loaded sounds is not ready for me. Take that out. Okay. Let's try that. This is going to be a bit of messing around. Oh, because it's running two fucking things at a time. That's it. Alright, let's try that again. Valbot. So it's complaining about sound list.let. Ah, because loaded sounds. You fucking idiot. Alright, cool. That's an easy one. Dumpster it. Let's go. New one again. Okay, so that listed all the sounds. Found them, no problem. Right, so that found them, no problem. So here's what we're going to do then. We're going to go var candidate sound, split candidate sound, and then maybe we could go sound list whatever version, whatever number we're on. I hate this. And I'm just going to make var n equals 0. I'm just going to go rn 0. How do I add to... There's got to be a way to dynamically add to an array in JavaScript. I can't remember if you can do that. Can you? Dynamically add to array JavaScript. Add value, blah, 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 blah. Lab I. Data push. Alright, cool. It's push. Cool. So I go... I can actually make this sounds list equal that. Is it? Yeah. Is that. Cool. And then sounds list... So then sounds list dot push candidate sound. All right, so what this is going to do is it's going to go through each sound. It'll take out a candidate. It'll split the MP3 out, take the candidate, and then I can just do includes down on the other side. Okay. So in theory, that should have worked. Listen to Val. So in theory, that should have worked. So now I should be able to go console.log sounds list. And I'm just going to get the third entry. And this should work. I don't know if it did. I wish it was. Hey Swish, what I miss? Swish, how's it going? I'm doing a coding stream. I'm figuring out how to make my own sound command bot. So I've just gone through all the sounds in my directory. And what comes next now, this should be the last part. You're actually joining at a great moment. So now all of this sound list stuff is pointless. I don't need any of this. I don't need any of this because I can actually do this. I can do sounds list dot includes, and I can literally just ask if the command's there. That should work if sound list includes command, and then I can just go boop boop settings play plus dot mp3. Yeah, that should do it. And then it should just do that. Okay, so that should... I know I haven't really explained this yet. I will. So what this does, this check sounds command, is now going to go through. If it's got no sounds list, don't do nothing. We got sounds to get through. If it includes command, then I'm just going to do a console log here just for shits and giggles. Oh, hey. We got a sound to play with. Okay. So the only thing that could go wrong here is that the absolute path doesn't work. Well, maybe it will. We'll see. So I'm just going to try yes. Ah! Sound is not defined. Check sounds. Blah, 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 blah. Sound is not defined. Sound is not defined because it shouldn't be sound. It should be command. Because sound was copied from the last one. And same with command should be command here, down here. So is there anything else? Sound, sound pad. That's it. Okay. We can also remove the printout up here. I don't think that's necessary anymore. Where's that printout? Sounds loaded. The sounds length is kind of cool, but this log doesn't need to be here. Okay, so let's try that. We're very close now. We're very close, chat. Okay, so.
Yes.
Hey, hey! All right. All right, if you remember any sounds from my old chatbot, they all should work now. Oh, that's it. It does it. It does everything. Go on, have a go. Try a sound. So this should now be iterating through this folder. So every one of these sounds, which you can see here, everything that you can see here are now, okay, we'll just, here, can you see them now? Try any of these sounds. No, that one won't work because that's in the long MP3s. Try, I don't know. Sorry, big man.
I see you.
FDNs and shoutouts.
J-Rock, baby.
All right. So I'll show you my folder structure, just so you know. So I have a for GIF, which are to link with Gifs. I have long MP3s, which are longer MP3s that I've taken out. These are MP3s that are now all the sounds. They're musical MP3s. It uses the Battlefield main theme, Ethan, Gas, 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 the How meme, Long, Long Man. There's the shoutouts one, which is one for everyone that I know that I made a shout out for. And then there's the OOGs, which are OOG formats. All right. So that's how I organize all my resources. I'm very, very anal about my resources. But that is awesome.
Erectus.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm very happy with that. That works. It's doing what it's supposed to. Erectus. All right, well, that's sound commands all working. So let's recap what I've managed to get done. And it's kind of messy right now, but if I'm going to commit what I have right now, just so it's up. So basically what I have now is I have a settings folder and added the ability to play sounds from a path provided. Yeah, okay. Ethan, what was it? Ethan is a long music command. Never was in there. I read that wrong. Don't. Which one was it? Don't run, I think. Don't run is what you're trying to do. Is it don't run? Oh no, sorry, I turned off the chatbot. Chatbot's turned off right now. Hang on. I had to turn it off to commit it. Now, sorry, I'll turn it back on. And it's back on. Have fun. I'm gonna leave it on. I think the
Dummy thick.
it's a little low. I could probably mess with the volume a little. So sound play. What can I do? Volume. Ah, let's up the volume. Actually, do you want me to up the volume for a little bit? I mean, this works though. This does what it's supposed to. Yeah, the to do is actually not needed anymore. Let's see. Sounds list. Okay. If the sounds list isn't yeah, okay. If sounds list includes command, oh hey, I got a sound complete. So that's quite a small amount of code. All right. So if sound, maybe I can make it 130. I don't know if what this does. This is probably a mistake. I'm upping my volume to 130. Maybe it's in things.
Yes.
No, that doesn't work.
I'm dummy thick.
Maybe I have to compress all of the sounds again. It doesn't seem to work. Probably based on the MP3, yeah. Try busting there. Busting's quite loud.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
So I think the next thing I need to do is I need to make a sounds command, right? So people can actually like pull the sounds. So maybe there should be a sounds command as well. So maybe just before I finish up, I might quickly make a sounds command. And what this does is it just gives a list of all the sounds. So command, and I'm just going to make this sounds. Okay. So what this does is essentially it gets the sounds command, whatever the sounds command should be. So if this is a command, then check sounds should be sounds. Okay, so then if sounds is a command, check sounds. If command is sounds, check sounds. I'm just going to do one called function. No, check sounds should be part of list sounds, right? Check sounds. So maybe it should be if command equals sounds, or if command equals settings sounds command, because we want it to be nice and generic, you know, and then we just go Twitch say, and we Twitch say, and we want to just say what all the sounds are. So Twitch say what are all the sounds? Switch say sounds command say channel Twitch, no, not channel. We need to say all the sounds, but we don't want to say them all like as a dump. We want to say them all as a comma separated list. How do we do that? Do it for each. And we, for each, yeah, we go, so we go sound, oh, sound list is nothing. We do this, we still check if the sound list is nothing at the top. We don't do nothing. Don't iterate or respond. Okay, sounds for list. So we want to go sounds list for each. And we're going to go sound. Okay, and for each. And we're just going to make like what our message is. So var result message equals nothing. And if result message equals plus sound plus comma like that. Oh wait, I can do this. That's more organized. I think that's more organized. Yeah, okay, let's try that. And then, I know this is a bit messy, but we'll just try that and then... Probably like you could use a string builder or something for this, but this might do it. Alright, let's try that. npm start. So what this should do now, if you do exclamation mark sounds... Yay, there's all your sounds. Amazing. We're back. The sounds are back. There's no
I'm the trash man.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Okay. So check sounds now.
Sometimes you just hit the gas and start thinking about the Crusades, man.
That's very true, Hassel. Sometimes you gotta hit the gas. Sounds undefined, don't iterate, respond. If they just give the command, then all the sounds are listed. Okay, let's see if milk is there.
He needs some milk.
All right, this is great. I think this is it. All right, so right, I know I kind of went quiet there for a bit and was just focusing, but like I just had to figure it out. But I think I hope I didn't come off as a total idiot working that.
Challenge excites me. Look at my nipples.
I need to definitely put some gain on a couple of those MP3s. But so the cool thing about it all is that I really think that this is starting to form as quite a neat piece of code. Like it kind of does quite a bit now. It's getting quite interesting now. So I was gonna do one more thing. I might add Forge and export it as an exe. Yeah, Twitter still does it. So now the two things it does now, and we're gonna go back to my slides. The two things it does now is we can do these two things now. Now we need to add cooldowns. That's going to be next stream. We're going to add cooldowns to make sure that each individual sound has its own cooldown associated with it. And if it hits that sound again, it needs 5 seconds or something to like start up. So each sound is going to get a cooldown. I think all sounds are just going to get a cooldown of like 5 seconds. So that just prevents things from being spammed. And also the sounds command itself. I can actually whisper the sounds commands to you. So I can actually do something quite cool. If you wanted to, I can actually make it whisper to a person. So if you wanted all the sounds and just say, like, tell me what the sounds are, but don't affect the chat, I can actually whisper that to you as a DM as part of the bot. The bot will send you the sounds. Which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think I don't think it'll get me in trouble because there's loads of bots that do that stuff. But it's just, yeah, it's an interesting thing. But I think this is cool that you could just set your own socials. I've done nothing with the index yet. I might try something just to be kind of like a bit out there. I want to see what this does when we ship it to an exe file. So I don't know how to do that yet. So I think I have to go to Electron. I think it's called Forge. Electron Forge. Electron create my app. Forge. Yarn make. Yeah, building a distributable. Okay. Yeah, okay. So TypeScript. So Electron Forge is what you use to like build something. There we go. So first things first, before we do anything, I'm going to just quickly commit what I have because I feel like I've done a lot there and it's all looking quite good. Thank you all so much for hanging out though tonight. I know it was a little less structured and I apologize for that. I added a sounds command for listing all sounds. We're getting somewhere though, we really are. The cool thing about this, and the reason why I made it this way, is that what's really neat is that when I start up this app, I just need to like add sounds to like a folder and then it'll just automatically get them. I don't have to like make commands. Like I've been really explicit and meticulous about like, I'm not making commands here. I'm actually being very like, no, all of these can be automated and just added with JSON. So the reason why I've done this, and I want to kind of explain that before I finish up the stream and try the Forge, but the reason why I've done this is because that means when I do the GUI, as in the graphical user interface, I can then use the renderer layer to send information back and set these settings. So that means in the future, I could set up this bot, have it kick off Twitch, and then all these settings like what file system, like where's the folder that you want, where's the sounds, like what sound command do you want to use, and what are your social networks. All of that can be set inside like the square that shows up. So this app that shows up, this npm start bit that shows up, this part is going to do how are you going to be setting the GUI up? Well, the GUI's HTML, so I'm going to basically make a website and then have from the renderer layer send information back to the main. And then that's why I have all these functions up here for like loading the settings, load the sound list, save the settings. So I'm going to save them. So when it starts up, it'll load whatever the last settings are. But if like it won't start Twitch, you have to click a button to start the Twitch. So if you want to change all your settings, then you can click save and then you can run. Or if you click run, it saves the settings and run. So it like that's kind of the last step. And then it's kind of like pretty much then I can start running it on with my streams, because I think it takes about 150 megs of RAM. I think. Actually, I'll tell you now. Well, I'd rather actually. Do you know what? So I've gotten what I need. So I'm just gonna grab the Forge. Wait. Okay. Hang on. I want to export npm export electron as exe. So I just want to do a quick start, run the app, npm start, electron packager. You can use the electron packager and then all right, let's try that. So what I'm doing is that I'm using npm to install a packager, and then I'm just going to run a command with the packager. So I'm actually going to do a packager source directory. For the command line. npm electron packager. I just want to make sure this is right. All right. Well, what we'll do now. Okay, so once we've installed it, and that's part of our preferences. So I should be able to go to. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my open editors here. Can you stop Valbot? Okay, cool. I want to go to my settings and I want to go to the start and I want to change that. I want to add a make. And what make should do is it should allow me to do electron packager. Source directory should be dot. The app name should be Valbot. Valbot, and it should do that. Okay, so let's do that. So if I go npm make, this should, you mean run this make packet strip? Npm run make, I guess. Npm run make. Unsupported arc must be supporting the ARM64 IA. Remove the arc. Remove the arc and let's see if it works without the arc. Just do that without arc. Okay, so there could be an exe file. So what I'm doing here, all right, and I don't know if you can see it, but I'm now building it to an executable. So what this should do then, I should be able to just run this. So open in File Explorer, open here, and there should be an exe file. So just click that and it should be running. Hard to tell.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. This is an exe file that now runs on my computer. And it just has Valbot. That's it. It does what it's supposed to. Now obviously you can't tell it's running because there's no UI. So there's no backend, but there it is. It's a deployed exe file. So what I did there is I don't know what I need to hold out of this. I think I just need to run the exe file. Whatever. It uses Vulkan. Cool. I wonder how much processing power this is using. So 1 second, I'm just going to quickly check Task Manager. Make sure there's nothing here running that'll dox me. Nope. We're good. Okay, so performance. Valbot, where's Valbot landing in? See if I can find it. Valbot is running at 25.2 megabytes. So if anyone wants to start hammering it with a bunch of sound commands, doesn't matter what you run. I just want to see how high it can go.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Oh my god, it's climbing.
Yes.
It's climbing.
Yes.
Okay, so the highest. So every time you run a sound, every time you run a sound, look at this. It opens up. It actually opens up more commands. So there's two threads. There's the render thread and the main thread here. See these two threads? And then this is Valbot itself. So the render thread, main thread are running here. And every time you do something, some command, like, I don't know.
No, I don't.
It runs a command processor and PowerShell briefly, and then it switches it off. So those command processor and PowerShell is what seems to be running the sound. So I imagine it runs one for every time there's a sound. So if there's multiple sounds going at the same time, PowerShell will get overloaded. But it only seems to take the tiniest bit of RAM to do it. And it takes no CPU at all.
So.
Maybe a fraction of network. That's actually really good. I'm surprised. I expected, like, I mean, it's not great for RAM, but like it's fine. This is fine. I expected this to be far worse performing. This is totally adequate. I'm totally fine with this. Why didn't that work? Is it... wait, just do sounds. Hang on. Is it... It's Aku thick.
Extra thick. You bet your sweet peppy I did.
I actually kind of love that they go off at the same time. I actually think I almost don't want to correct that. Like, they should. It's kind of fun how they go off at the same time. So here's a cool thing. I can add 2 commands at the same time, right? But it only takes the last one that it finds.
What the fuck, Richard?
You see what I mean? Okay. So this is now running off its own exe. Like, literally, look. Close that.
Yes.
It's literally its own exe. Look, I've closed that. There's no command, there's no code running. See? It's its own exe. That is very cool progress. I'm very happy with that. All right. I think on that note, I think we're going to leave it there. Yeah, Valbot works. It runs reasonably well. I think I could actually run this in the background when I'm... Picture the boo. Oh, that's the boo. Yes, indeed. Indeed. She keeps me humble. She keeps me going. So I'm going to put that back up. I'll just open up Visual Studio Code again. This should pull open my last thing I was working on. I'm actually going to edit the git ignore to remove... I'm just going to ignore valbot.win 32.x64 because that's just not really worth committing. And then I'm just going to go to GitHub and I'm just going to commit the packager because I think that's fine. I can keep the packager. Included packager, so I can now deploy it as a .exe with make with npm run make. Cool. And I'm also going to do one more thing because I realized that people messing with this probably don't know, but if you want to mess about with this, you should first install Node.js. I'm just going to add a Node.js link. Node.js. Just because, you know, there might be folks who want to play around with this. Like right now, there's no like, you need to generate your own secret key and stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's gonna running the application on Twitch. Why don't I do that one? If you want to mess around with this, first install. Oops. Just gonna add a setup. Whereas if you make it an .exe for run the as also run the application setup this rush open the root. Go to the root of the repo and run npm install. Yeah, to make an exe for running without npm. Sorry, I like writing docs at the end. Without npm start without the IDE open. Run npm run make. Okay, that's it. That should be everything you need to get started. Cool. Rad. I'm just gonna commit that to GitHub, and then we are updated README. Okay. End of stream 2. Right, I think that's where we're going to leave it. This whole time, by the way, my chatbot was still running. You can just run sound commands all the fuck you want. Like, I don't need it. It's open now the whole time. I can just leave it going, which is great because now I can just kind of dick around and I have a chatbot that just sits there, which is, I don't know, it's really cool. It's really cool that I've just got this exe that I can locales, resources. So it runs node modules, it's got a Swift shader. Okay, Swift, I'm sorry. That's pretty cool. So I wonder where it saves the settings. So the settings are saved inside somewhere here. I don't know where the settings are saved though. I think they're actually held in the Valbot. So that's interesting. I wonder where they're actually saved. You know, like, because they're not here. I can't see anything. There's locales though. Pack files. That's an interesting setup though. Resources.pack. I wonder where all these, like, everything's saved to. Anyway, that's a question for another day, I guess. Yeah.
Try me, bitch.
Oh, it's so good to have the chatbot back. So I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what I'm going to be doing next week. I started messing around with Tenor, and I thought it might be fun if we're adopting a dog next Tuesday. We're taking him home. I probably won't stream next week. I probably won't want to acclimate the poor boy to the house. But I will be around to, like, talk on Discord and stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to check out if you want to actually be a part of the Discord link now works. Because the chatbot does it, baby. Let's go. I'm so proud of myself. Sorry, I'm quite proud. But I was thinking that when I have a chance, I will say hello to the boy for you. When I have a chance, I'm actually going to look into the Tenor API, which is a GIF API. Now, the cool thing about Tenor is that Tenor has stickers. So the Tenor API has a sticker system. So if I go blah, 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 or I go, I don't know, ball, right? There's a sticker system here. So if you remember my randomizer had the ability to basically superimpose these onto a stream. So it'd be cool if I was able to get all the stickers from Tenor and just have them searchable. You know what I mean? I think that would be a valuable improvement. So from a channel point redemption, you can actually, like, add, like, a single word as part of channel point. You know the way you can add a word. So it adds a word in and then it reads it. Can you do a command for a random sound? Exactly, Hassel. You did scare the shit out of me. Can I do a command for a random sound? Yeah, totally. Absolutely, it can. Thing is, and Google own Tenor, so Tenor aren't dodgy. They're owned by a reputable company. So I kind of don't feel particularly bad about using them. Like, it's a solid thing. It's not owned by Facebook either, so that's good. Anyway, that's me. I want to apologize because I think I kind of went off a little bit on a lot of tangents there, and I got very focused on the coding at one point. So much so that I probably barely paid attention to chat. So I just want to thank everyone for hanging out tonight and for putting up with me just trying to debug something. But I feel like we got somewhere in the end. Whoa! That actually gave me a hop. Oh man, it's funny.
Grab his stick and twist it.
Oh. It's pretty cool to have the chatbot running again, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm having too much fun. And it's the cool part is we need a thin up top sound. We do. The coolest part is that anyone can download this system and use it. It's free to use. So if you feel like using it, you just have to edit a couple of files and then build it. But then you can build your own bot and then your bot works. And like, all you got to do, all I'd ask is that you'd say, oh, this is, I use this bot, it's made by this guy Valverdian. That would be that's all. And even then, you don't have to. It's up to you. But I think it'd be nice, you know. Send people to my GitHub or to my Twitch or to my Twitter. Twitter would be cool. I'd like more people on my Twitter or YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, that's my call to action. I feel pretty proud of myself. I feel like we built some good code today. I thought it took me a while to get to it, but we got there. But yeah, feel free to, if you want to mess around with the code yourself, all you need to do is install Node.js, run npm, edit those files, edit the files, add your own Twitch OAuth code, and then add your own channel, and it should work. You just start up the exe, and there it is. So I might actually, once I get Valbot into a state where I'm quite happy with him, I might set like a Stream Deck command to start it up. So then my Stream Deck will I can press a button to start the Valbot and kill the Valbot. I could even add Stream Deck commands. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about this a lot. A bit too much. It's a very fun coding project. I'm actually having a lot of fun messing around with it, and I'm quite happy with where we got today. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you very much for the raid, Hassel. Earlier on, that was very nice of you. I always appreciate people dropping by and sharing their communities with me. It's very nice of you. I'm enjoying these coding streams. I think they're worth my time. I hope they're worth yours. If there's any feedback, I know I've said the Discord. I have a Discord specifically. Good night, all. I have a Discord specifically for doing chatbot and feedback in the Discord. There's a channel that you can use, and if you're in there, you can ask questions about the chatbot if you want to get things a bit more set up, or just want to give overall feedback about how I could improve the coding stream, or should I structure it a little better. Since we may not get another coding stream next week, I may give it a jab this weekend and next. Do you know what? Do, Bento. Give it a go. And, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I think you could get this chatbot set up, and then all you need is a file, an MP3 file. All you need is a file full of MP3s, and then you have sounds. I think right now having socials and sounds I think it's a valuable little tool now. It actually does something, The only thing is, I will warn you that there's no cooldown to these sounds. So if someone starts using them, it'll just roll on. But yeah, why don't we that reminds me, why don't we find someone to I was supposed to be setting up someone to raid to. Oh, this is the wrong. I need to go into my personal Discord. My personal, not Discord, personal Twitch. And let's find, is there anyone raiding? Anyone raid worthy? Yeah, I wonder I can use it without interfering with my current stuff. It shouldn't interfere at all, to be honest, Bento. You can just raid Bento. I can set up the bot to point to Bento's stream. I'm actually no. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna raid to Get Good Gar. And the reason why I'm doing this, because I really would like you all to follow him for at least for the next week, because I tell you what, next week and the next few months, because after that, it's all down. No, I'm joking. He's a great streamer, and you should follow him. But the reason why I'm raiding to Get Good Gar is because he raised a shitload of money for charity recently, and he has a lot of redemption that he's got to have to do. It's Red Gar redemption. He's going to be redeeming all sorts of donations. If you know, like and subscribe. You know, one like, one prayer towards my guy. Life is downhill, baby. Let's go. It is downhill, but like we're all here for the fucking plummet, man. We're all here for watching. We're all here. You get some killer views of the plummet though. Shot of hot sauce and getting his legs waxed tomorrow night. Come on. Tell me you want to watch a beardy man get his legs waxed. Tell me you want to watch, because I want to watch that shit. And the end of the month is a drag stream. Yeah, that's right. See, Big Man Guard, do it. Yeah, I want to watch. Okay, so then we'll all agree then right now the best thing for us to do is to raid to Gar, so everyone who's watching will have an opportunity to press the follow button on Gikka Gar stream. And if you haven't pressed the follow button on my stream, I would really appreciate it. I have a goal to make it slightly further in this streaming stuff, and this is why I've diversified what I do. Instead of just playing games and talking, I'm now showing off some skills that I got, which aren't even that good. Yeah, this is my weird stream of showing the chatbots. Valbot is now in a decent... I've actually replicated 2 of the scripts I've open sourced for Streamlabs chatbot. So I think that's good progress in what was 8 hours worth of coding in total. So, you know, not bad, I think. I'm normally faster, but I don't know JavaScript. So I have to learn it on the spot. Yeah, you know, I made the most of it. Anyway, look, I'm running out of time. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Thank you so much for hanging out. If Ridiculous is still in the chat, I hope everything goes well with your boot camp. It was lovely seeing you, Flying Bento. I want to thank my moderators because it's Thank Your Mods Day. Get Good Garcia, Rooney, Marcus, and of course the bad man Ruskington. It's now 9 seconds to go. Thank you all so much for hanging out tonight. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'll see you soon. Bye.